Yes, you are.
Oh, well, that's great. Fantastic. Great. Great to have you on the show. Great to have you. YouTube. Fantastic. Great to have you. TikTok. How was your day? Well, let me take you into what is happening in the news as we wait for our audience to join. Wanna welcome everybody. Welcome to the show today. Of course, we're gonna stay with you until um until 10 o'clock. Um, the Auditor General is saying that the report reflects financial prudence. Um, that is something that we're gonna have to talk about tonight. That report from the Auditor General is making a lot of rounds. By the way, the 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 Hill and Gully ride reading is causing some stir, and the ministry
The earliest recording.
the Ministry of Culture put out this with Currency and Morrison. Listen to it.
Did you know that the song Hilangole is a traditional digging song used to accompany the hard work on plantations and pens endured by our ancestors to lighten the stress of the job? The earliest recording of the folk song was done in 1954 by Lord Composer on his Hilangole Ride Mandeville Road release, which was infused with mental rhythms. Interestingly, versions of the song have been recorded by King Yellowman in 1984, an early dancehall version on the album Nobody Move, Nobody Get Hurt, and even by Ely Kamosi, whose version was produced by Fatis Burrell. Successive generations have produced their own creative interpretation of the folk song. Now it's controversial. Should the song remain encrypted and enshrined in the 1950s archives? Or is it a part of a dynamic culture subject to creative interpretation? Has Gen Z gone too far with this one? Is this cultural sacrilege? Is there a line that we should not cross as a people? But Gen Z and others defend it by saying, don't preach to us about morality when previous generations sang worse. Which song was recorded in the 1970s by the legendary mento and reggae artist Stanley that can mash up any dance today? The discussion is hot. It make me roll. This is good roast discussion for the culture. I like it. What's your take?
Okay.
You know the folk song. Well, did you
So that's the Ministry
done
of,
in 1950? Did you know that?
by the way, that's the Ministry of Culture response. The state minister in the Ministry of Culture. She is responding here. She had that response today. There's so much that is there to talk about, though. So many things to talk about. And we're going to open the lines later on so that you can have your voice. The Talk Your Mind show. Where did the money go? The Auditor General report is out. My understanding is that the PNP have told all of its surrogates to knock this one hard. And I'm sure that the government and the Jamaica Labour Party will need to have a very strong response to this Auditor General report. Every PNP is out talking about it. A lot of it is misinformation, though, Good evening to you, Moderator Caroline. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, neighbor. How are you?
Well, had a little rest today. I worked hard last night, but I had a little rest today. So I'm feeling a little bit. Plus, I had a shower.
Oh,
You know that that cold showers do something for you, especially especially for me.
It's very hot in Jamaica, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very hot. The temperature, it's very dry over here in Kingston. Very dry. I understand that other parts of the island are getting rain though. How was your day?
Lovely neighbor,
Oh,
really lovely. I had a lot of things to get done today.
Shevaughn was telling me that in Canada it's cold.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was also told that in England, in the UK, they were having like ice storms.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
In the UK?
Yes, neighbor.
Ice storm?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. What is ice storm?
It means that you have stuff like hail falling, like frozen. I don't know. I've never seen it, so I can't really give you the details. But I think it's frozen pieces of. I mean, ice is frozen, right? Ice.
Yes.
Pieces of ice. Yeah.
Well, there's much happening here, so you want to talk to the listeners and let me just get on with the show.
Oh, definitely. Good evening, listeners. Trust you all had a great day, a much better one than I did. However, welcome. Please tap the screen, share the live, repost the live. By now, everyone should know that you press that white arrow, then that yellow circle that pops up, and repost the live, please. And please send your gifts and tap the screen. All right, have a great show, neighbor.
Thank you so much.
I saw Abby sign in. Welcome, Abby.
Who is Abby?
Start your mornings with a special.
Neighbor, she's a very talented young lady that sings.
Oh.
She has a family show on TikTok where they cook. They cook outdoors in the evening, and it's just amazing, neighbor. It's very interesting.
Oh, that's fantastic. How are you, Abby? Welcome. I hope you will talk to me. Caroline, I think we should tell our listeners that we have done a little bit of change to the program format. I think we should talk to them about that.
Yes, go ahead, neighbor.
No, man, you should. You should do it.
Okay, so I will do that later on, neighbor, when we have more for listeners, so I don't have to repeat.
Well, there you go. Always very on point and great. Well, thank you. Have a great evening yourself. Behind the scene there.
I wish you the very same.
By the way, let me say good evening to the other moderators. Remind me of their names.
There's Damsel, Kadisha.
Yes.
Blueberry.
Hi, Blueberry.
Hi,
Keisha. Well, hi to all my
lifestyle.
Lifestyle policy. I noticed don't have any male moderator.
Yes, we have Harry and
No,
Scratch.
those are not moderators. I'm talking about they're all females.
No, neighbor, we have Harry and Scratchy.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I'm surrounded by wonderful, beautiful women. Oh, what a
Six women.
Oh, what a blessed man I am.
And 2 SARS.
2 SARS.
Yes,
6 men and 2 SARS.
No, man. No, man.
What a blessed man that I have. Thanks be to God. Thanks be to God. Have a great evening, Caroline.
Of course, you do the same, neighbor.
Fantastic. Well,
listeners, please continue to tap and share and repost the live, please.
Yes. Well, the opposition is challenging the government over unused disaster fund. That is the big story in Jamaica today. The opposition challenging the government over unused disaster fund. It's political spin, but what can we say? It is politics, and politics spins. I'm going to outline 5 ways that the government should respond. I'll do that for you soon. Welcome everybody to the show. The political spotlight today, that's the spotlight, is on accusations from the opposition that millions earmarked for disaster remain unspent. Opposition representatives are demanding a transparent accounting and expenditure plan from the government. They are arguing that communities affected by disasters need urgent support. How is the government going to respond to that? The government, in the meantime, is pushing ahead with the proposed One Road Authority. Minister with responsibility for works, Nesta Morgan. By the way, Nesta, what is the process to patch potholes on major roads in Jamaica? What? Is that part of the bureaucratic nightmare that the government is faced with? I'll talk to the listeners about that soon. Minister Morgan says that the proposed One Road Authority would improve accountability and coordination in road management across Jamaica. The proposal is also generating debate among stakeholders over governance oversight. So that's the One Road Authority. In the meantime, the Prime Minister pays tribute to Dennis Layla, Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. He led tributes following the death of Jamaican business leader, Dennis Layla. Of course, Layla is the founder of the ICWI group. Layla is being remembered for his influence on Jamaica's business sector and public policy. In the meantime, the political commentary is also debating the culture, with Nikisha Burchell gave a very spirited performance in the parliament yesterday. A girl is very deceptive, you know. Started her speech with patois, knowing very well that she would have been stopped, but I guess she wanted to pull attention to herself. What she really is an attention grabber. Miss Burchell, I thought that you didn't need to do that. You already you already have much to be, you know, for people to be attracted to you. Those are some of the stories in the news today. There are several other matters that are too exhaustive to look at, and so let me just open you up for some of the things that we want to talk about this evening. The reconstruction of Jamaica with the NARA bill. It's on paper, but there is an argument to be made about the civil service. The civil service in Jamaica was built during the 18 and a half years of PNP governance. And that civil service is what the government would need to use to operationalize a JLP post-Melissa vision without institutional friction. See if you understand what I'm saying. So the Jamaica Labour Party is the executive But the civil service is not made up of Labour Party people, you know. The civil service in Jamaica was largely formed during the 18 and a half years of the People's National Party government. And that is part of the problem the country faces today. The problem is not necessarily PNP sabotage. It's bureaucracy. It's the bureaucracy rewards process. And process was designed by the last government in power, the longest. A lot of people miss this in the political discussion, you know, that the 18 and a half years of People's National Party rule has not disappeared, you know. It's not in a vacuum. There are many people working in government today who are comrades. And it is not in the comrades' interest to fast track projects that would necessarily help the government. Because the numbers do not lie. The numbers do not lie. Who is the staff of the civil service? Who are the people working in the civil service? The People's National Party held power from 1989 to 2007. From 1989 to 2007.
Please repost the live, please.
Thank you. Please stop and share. From 1989 to 2007. And then from 2011 to 2016. That's 18 and a half years versus 10 and a half in that same span. So you have 18 and a half plus 4. Count with me. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 years of PNP over the last 30 years. No wonder they said it was PNP country. That's a lot of time. And so what you have is that the head of agencies, permanent secretaries, senior directors often come up through that pipeline, even apolitical, their mental model of how things are done was formed under the People's National Party policy priorities. The civil service is largely driven by a People's National Party logic. That is something that I think Jamaicans need to discuss. Who are the staff of the civil service? And is the government being sabotaged by the civil service? Government is the largest employer of labor in Jamaica. And a lot of them were employed by the People's National Party. And under the Civil Service Act, they can't fire them, you know. When governments change, should we change the staff? No, it's a tough discussion, but it is something that we need to look at. Key positions in government ought not to be staffed by political activists. You can't get a job through the pipeline and then I become the minister and I have to work with the staff. we need to look at it. It isn't about party loyalty. It's about institutional memory and risk aversion norms. Because what you have is an archaic bureaucracy versus political interference. That is why NARA, listen to me carefully, the Prime Minister is no fool. Jamaica has a problem. Political tribalism runs deep in the civil service. And if the Prime Minister don't move or did not move to correct it, you cannot deliver to the people of Jamaica. That is why there is funds sitting down at ODPEM and it cannot be spent because the bureaucracy ties the hand of the government. That is true. Now, the PNP would not operate like that. You know how them operate. They would simply give each member of parliament $50 million. And you know where that money would go. And that is why a lot of people in Jamaica are still very much tied, to the dogma of the People's National Party. The People's National Party dogma is eat a food, not systems and a systematic distribution of government resources. But Mr. Patterson once said that you must make the paperwork catch up. That's what he told Dr. Blight. Let the paperwork catch up with, just deliver houses to people. Paperwork can catch up with that. Wholeness runs a different, more technocratic administration. The archaic bureaucracy versus the political interference. And so the Jamaica Labour Party says NARA cuts the red tape to deliver post-Hurricane Melissa. Don't make them fool you, Jamaicans. Don't make them fool you. Don't make them fool you. The government is not holding on to the support or the money. The government is being careful, and at the same time, it is delivering to the people. But the government is being responsible and being accountable. NARA cuts the red tape so that the delivery can flow to the people. But the civil service says NARA bypasses procurement. So the fight of NARA is also a civil service fight, because the civil service wants control, oversight, and consultative steps. We're trained to protect. I saw them train them. You know some of these civil servants, how they operate. Paper pushers. It's a friction, and it sometimes looks like sabotage, but often it's just a clash of mandates. Political executive wants speed, delivery, but the bureaucracy is legally mandated to prioritize process and probity. You see the You see the clash? The clash of an executive that wants to push through with a bureaucracy that is trained to prioritize process and probity. Because if the projects stall, then
Please repost the live, please.
a lot of it is blamed on the PNP era bureaucrats. What is holding back Jamaica today? PNP era bureaucrats. It's a very difficult fight that the Prime Minister have going on. It's not easy, you know. Because if projects rush through and something goes wrong, that's where the problem is. You're going to hear how the government is corrupt. And so the government have to be very careful. You see what happened with Beryl Vaz in trying to get Starlink into Jamaica? If you rush through and you bypass the PNP bureaucratic civil servants, them is the problem, you know, them are part, well, not the problem, but they are part of the problem. The PNP controlled bureaucrats in the civil service. You rush through something, you make the government had spent that $1.4 billion. And when the Auditor General audits the same hypocritical PNP MPs, them you see coming out now and talk about the government have money. You make any of it go missing. Not that it went into any member of parliament or government pocket, but just that they never followed the systems. Then you'd hear how government corrupt. It's almost die if you do, die if you don't. NARA solves that problem. It does. Because if you rush the projects and something goes wrong, the civil servants, the bureaucrats are going to say, we warned you about cutting corners. They are going to call it that you have cut corners. In other words, it never passed through them. Because they are trained like that. They are not trained for speed. They are trained to hold up paper pushers they are. And what the public hears is PNP versus JLP. But what is really happening is delivery versus procedure. You have to understand how the government is working. You have the executive, which is the cabinet. But the cabinet, when it makes a policy, have to give the policy to the bureaucrats in the civil service. And those bureaucrats are trained not to push things through. They are trained to hold it up. Dot every I, cross every T. Because let me tell you something. These bureaucrats, some of them live comfortably. Yes. Secure in their jobs. They don't live under tarpaulins. They drive nice SUVs. Enjoying significant government contracts. Have them pension well sought out. Health insurance, government benefits. And they're part of the problem holding up the progress of Jamaica. And how did they get into these positions? A lot of them through the pipeline. top positions they hold in the civil service, you know, through the pipeline. Every change of government in Jamaica faces this. The People's National Party complained about it in 2016. The Jamaica Labour Party complained about it in 2011. There was a big cry in Jamaica, why can't Bruce Golding fire some of them? But there is a significant difference now, and that is the scale of money and urgency post Melissa. 6.7 billion United States dollar. 6.7 billion United States dollar. And the civil servants, some of them, want control of the money too. They don't want it outside of their hands. There's a friction. Friction. And it is magnified. Because enough money, you know. And what's it is the Prime Minister who is going to be the minister in charge. The civil servants don't too like that. Because they are, some of them are operatives of the PNP. That's how information gets leaked, you know. All private meetings with ministers get leaked because the permanent secretary may very well be, you know, former minister appointed them. So guess what? Some loyalty is there. The real question, though, is a parallel. A parallel authority like NARA, does it bypass the civil service? And the answer is no. Because it is not a two-tier state apparatus. It is a fast tracking of big projects because the civil service slow tracks everything else. And I think it is a brilliant strategy. I think it's a brilliant strategy. Now, imagine you're a new coach. Imagine you're a new coach, but 80% of the players were recruited and trained by the last coach. Just imagine you take over a football team. You're the new coach, but 80% of the players were recruited and trained by the previous coach. And you're calling for a fast break offense. They are still running the plays from 2016. Who's to blame when you lose? Who do you blame when you lose? Fact of the matter is that the PNP planted people in the civil service. And so the civil service isn't neutral in a sense of being a blank slate. It carries, the civil service carries the DNA of the government that staffed it the longest. That is just true. The civil service carries the DNA of the government that staffed it. That's not conspiracy, that's organizational behavior. So when you hear about bureaucracy, when you hear about bureaucracy is holding us back, what you have to ask is the holding back because it is PNP aligned? Is that part of the problem? That the DNA of the civil service is dogmatically PNP and therefore pro-aligned? call me and have your say on that. By the way, have you ever dealt with a government agency where you felt the process was designed to stop you, not help you? Have you ever dealt with a government agency that you kind of feel that the process was designed to stop you, not help you? Was that political? Or just bureaucracy being bureaucracy? Think about it. I hope I have stimulated you to look at this in another way. I have one more thing that I want to talk to you about before I start taking your thoughts. The Auditor General report on NARA gave the PNP quote unquote ammunition to spin it as corruption and waste. This in a country of what I've always spoken about, low civic literacy. Remember that they took civics out of school. So we don't have a lot of civic literate people in Jamaica. Most Jamaicans won't read the Auditor General report. It's 120 pages. What they will do is run with the headlines and the feelings it gives them. Now, I want you to understand that editors of newspapers employ headline writers. Have you ever gone to YouTube and seen a headline? The headline draws you to the video, but when you watch the video, it's not what the headline is about. The graphics can draw you to the video. Now, what the graphics are designed to do is to get you to click on it. And once you click, it is recorded as a view. Writers of headlines do the same thing. The headline is to get you to buy the paper. And sometimes it is a headline that grabs you. Same way women stay, you know. What do you think?
Everyone, please tap the screen, share the live, and repost the live, please.
Yeah, why you think women dress up nice when they go on road? Put on all type of fandangles. It's to grab you. And with the greatest of respect to my ladies, sometimes what you think you see and where you go get. Many men have been thoroughly disappointed because they were captured by the headlines. Sometimes the headlines up here so. Sometimes it there so. Sometimes it round there so. But it is true. People in media do that a lot. They try to capture you with the headlines. Headlines give a feelings. It's psychological. I tell you every day, and I tell my team that were I playing with you, and I'm never going to do it, listeners. I promise you. I'm never going to do it. Sometimes I feel tempted to do it. To come here and to make you feel good. I could come here and make you feel good and drag 500 people to my life. And at the end of the day, I have a conscience. I don't want to do it. I want to to build a community where we learn from each other. The Bible tells you, that broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many go in it. Broad. Narrow is the way that leads to eternal life, and few finds it. You must be careful of the broad way. Stay off the broad way, you hear? Stay away from the broad way. I usually teach young people about the crowd. And I tell them that if you are downtown Kingston and you see the crowd running in that direction, your first instinct is to go with the crowd. Many times, you'd be better advised to go into the opposite direction. The crowd is not always right. As a matter of fact, it is many, many times wrong. Headlines are designed to get the crowd. And headlines are most of the time inaccurate and wrong. Headlines are deceptive, deliberately deceptive to get you to buy the paper. Headlines are marketing. Marketing. And that is why you are to develop what is called critical thinking. It is called perception. I won't get there tonight because that will take me away from the notes. Well, not the notes, but I'm laying a foundation. Perception. It's not everything you see is correct, It's not everything you see is what you see. What you see needs to be analyzed. Anyway, the government needs a public relations strategy that is simple, emotional, relatable, and works in the patois culture. I am no fan of Nikisha Burchell, but what she did in Parliament yesterday, deceptive as it was, is a public relations masterclass. I am no fan of Burchell. I don't think she is a very good. I don't like her in Parliament. I think she's rude. But what she did in the Parliament yesterday, deceptive as it was a public relations masterclass. And if I may make one commendation of the PNP, I don't normally do this, but there's not much to commend. It is that you have to give it to them when it comes on to PR. They know how to sell a rotten fish. The PNP can get you to buy rotten fish for fresh fish. I tell you every day that Pepsi and Coke are not healthy drinks, but more people drank Pepsi and Coke today than drank water. Why? Marketing. Marketing. And demographic marketing is critical, especially in Jamaica, because we have a high civic illiteracy population. It is my view that had the party had a better communications machinery, the PNP would not have 20 seats, 28 seats in parliament today. Now, that's water under the bridge, and they say hindsight is 2020. However, there is nothing, there is no narrative in Jamaica that suggests that the People's National Party should have doubled their seats at the last election. It doesn't matter how you spin it. It doesn't matter how the theorists present it. It is a failure to communicate, to market. Because there were no alternative pathways rivaling that of the Jamaica Labour Party government. And in addition, the Jamaica Labour Party in the third term demonstrated something that no other government in our history demonstrated: competence in challenging times. And it delivered almost full employment and cut crime to a 30-year low. A government that cut crime to a 38-year low and provided almost full employment and cut poverty in half should not lose any seat, especially against an opposition that came with nothing but a song. All the PNP had at the last election was a blood and fire song. You see what I'm saying? And I want us to understand that NARA must be reframed using psychology and using philosophy for low literacy audiences. You don't need to pitch NARA to me. You don't need a marketing campaign to pitch NARA to me. I listened the debates. I was up covering it in the upper house, and I also listened to the debate in the lower house. Why? You don't need to pitch it to me. I understand what NARA is about. I support NARA. I believe Jamaica needs more than ever NARA. As a matter of fact, it is happening too slow. It's happening too slow. People understand stories and images. That is why when you start school, you don't get a book to read. You get pictures. Good morning, Pam. Pictures you get. Put NARA in picture. It's called clarify with concrete. Clarify with concrete. People understand stories and images, not abstractions. Cognitive load theory says complex information gets ignored if it is not simplified. Now, this here is, well, okay, so I don't know my audience, but I suspect that the people listening to me are able to decipher this information. So let me just show you, because it is important that you understand. We're learning together, me and you. Clarify with concrete. Cognition, cognitive load theory. Complex information gets ignored if it is not simplified. Now, I give you an example. Nara. What does Nara means? That in itself is complex, you know. Nara is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Agency. Many Jamaicans can't even call their word. You can't call it. Nara what? You can't even call the word. Spell what? National Reconstruction and Resilience Agency. That needs to be simplified. Well, it is already simplified in the acronym, because the acronym is NAR. You can't go tell people about National Reconstruction and Resilience Agency. That's going to lose a lot of people. Call it Build Back Jamaica. Call it Build Back. Build Back Jamaica. Make we build it back. Just say that. Tell them the Build Back bill. Don't tell them about National Reconstruction and Resilience, nothing. Tell them say the Build Back bill. The hurricane mash up Jamaica and we have something to build back. And the Build Back is the Build Back bill with that. As simple as that. Don't say reconstruction. What is reconstruction? It's a build back. We're going to build it back. What you have to do is to stop talking procurement protocol. Procurement protocols. What is that? Procurement protocols. You have to show them before and after. Stop talking about procurement protocols and start show the people the before and after. Use charts. Use patois voiceovers. The bridger, we wash wet. We're going to build it back in 90 days. The bridger, Melissa wash away. The build back program, build it back in 90 days. That's what we are trying to talk about, yes, sir. Rural and peri-urban voters with primary level education, they are the ones that decide the election. They must know about the Build Back program, where build back the bridge, where wash away the hurricane wash away the bridge, and the Build Back program, I go put it back in 90 days. Clarify with concrete. It's a cognitive theory. Secondly, you have to counter with contrast. You have to counter with contrast. The contrast effect suggests that people judge things better when they see them side by side. In China, you see, you know how they get them to decipher counterfeit money? They make them handle it. The way to kill a lie is to put the truth beside it, you know. Here is the real, here is the counterfeit. Look at them. People judge things better when they see them side by side. It's called in philosophy dialectic. It's the dialectic. And dialectic suggests that truth emerges by comparing thesis and antithesis and antithesis. Well, that's a bit much, but that's what it is. So you don't just defend NARA, which is what I think the government is doing. You don't defend NARA. You contrast it with what happens without it. That's how you do it. Now, you don't need to do that to me. You don't need to do that to me. Because as I said, I watched it, I understand it. But you see those urban people, you don't need to defend narrative. So you see what the government set out to do yesterday? Wrong. They set out to defend. No, you don't need to defend it. The headlines went out. Okay? That's good. Now, we're going to contrast to the people why NARA is so important. So, the PNP says NARA bad. But when them was in power, Ivan damage took 5 years to fix. NARA fixed Melissa in a 12 months, or the bill back bill. Who are wait longer? You put that up in split screen. You show that the left on the left, the PNP way, and you show on the right the bill back bill way. Don't use NARA. Because what is NARA? The National Reconstruction and Resilience Agency. That is too long for primary school graduates. That now go nowhere. This beats the PNP spin by making them own the alternative. You counter with a contrast. You don't defend the headline. Because the psychological effect of the headline is done. That's done already. The third thing is that you connect through your community. I'm coming to you, Chops. So what is the 5 things I'm giving you? 1 is to clarify with concrete. 2, you counter with a contrast. And the third thing is you connect through your community. social proof and belonging, because people trust what their community trusts. That comes from the social learning theory. And if you have studied psychology, that's the Bandura's theory. People trust what their community trusts. You ever hear that I am because we are? I am because we are. That's the communitarian ethics of over individualism. So you make the Build Back Bill or NARA about we. A FIWI bill. It's not the government bill, and the people bill. The Build Back Bill is not wholeness bill. The error the government made was that the bill is the architecture of the state. Mistake. I should charge them for this, I shouldn't give them this for free, but for what it is worth, I am doing it for my listeners. You make the bill about the people, a FIWI bill, a FUNO bill. See uno Build Back Bill, yeah. This is uno bill to build back uno community. You feature actual contractors, teachers, nurses from the parish saying, the Build Back Bill hire me cousin. Now me have work. The Build Back Bill bridge, I put on back the roof on my school. Show it. The Build Back bridge, I put on back the roof on the hospital. The Build Back bridge, I bring decks come out of school. The Build Back bridge, see the people that put on back their roof there. At the Build Back bridge, at the Build Back bridge. Bill, I do it. You have town halls, not in Kingston. Come reason with me about the Build Back Bill. You target low trust voters who believe government a thief until they see the benefit of the Build Back Bill. Connect through community. Fourthly, because time is going, is that you communicate with credibility. You communicate with credibility. Source, credibility, and the halo effect. If the messenger is trusted, the message lands.
Everyone, please repost the live, please. Continue to tap and share.
It's ethos in philosophy. It's ethos. It's the ethical appeal. You don't have only ministers talk. Use third parties. Pastors, principals, farmers, people with the local ethos, the ethical appeal. Let the community leaders that the people trust explain the Build Back Bill. You have to avoid the technocratic speak. One message, one messenger per parish. Communicate with credibility. And finally, calm and consistency. Mere exposure, the mere exposure effect, The more people hear a consistent message, the more they believe it. Inconsistent messaging creates suspicion. You can control, hear me, friends. You can control the narrative. You don't react emotionally to every attack. Scratchy said this last night. You don't react to every attack. Just choose about 3 messages and repeat them everywhere for 90 days. You don't deviate from it. The build back build faster. The build back bill, create jobs. The build back bill, restore your bridge. Just choose some and you just keep saying it. Same messages on radio. Same messages on TikTok. Don't get dragged down into 20 different arguments that the PNP throws out. The PNP is trying to muddy the water. Don't get distracted by them. Don't respond to every nonsense. Consistency beats complexity when people are undereducated and overwhelmed. You can overwhelm people and confuse them. Consistency beats complexity when people are undereducated and overwhelmed. Let me review. Clarify and concrete. Counter with contrast. Connect through community. Communicate with credibility. And be calm and consistent. Good evening, caller. Good evening. Good evening to you. Hello. Okay. So, NARA needs to be clarified. Clarify it. Contrast it. Connect it. Communicate it. And calm it. Can't rebuild with confusion. Let's go again. Clarify it. Contrast it. Connect it. Communicate it. Calm it. Because you can't rebuild with confusion. Let's go to the callers now. The lines are open to you. It's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. Wow. It's amazing how time goes by quickly when you're just getting warmed up. Tell you the truth, I'm just getting warmed up with this. Okay, so the lines are open now. You can send a request to come up in the box and talk about these or any other matters that you have on your mind that you want to talk about.
Hi, neighbor. I heard you made a statement earlier. Are you suggesting that when women get dressed and go out, they do so to get attention?
I'm not suggesting that as a general, but yes, a lot of them are advertising for. Yes, I think so. Mm-hmm. Men do it. Men do it too. Men do it too.
And why do you think that way, neighbor?
No. You don't think that a single woman going out on the road puts on her nice clothes and look? Why would they wear those tights, for example? Why? What are they? Who are they? I mean, come on. I mean, I saw a girl.
I think men need to understand that women wear things because they're being fashionable or trendy or whatever it may be.
Yeah, yes, that too. But I think sometimes they want to be seen by a nice man.
So do you think that it's because you find it appealing? Why you think that was the intention?
When you say to them, hey girl, are you looking so nice today? They say, oh, thank you. Why do they respond with such? Oh, thank you. And, and smile. They say, I catch him. Caught his eye.
Oh dear. Well, I must tell you, neighbor, that is not always the case.
No, I agree. It is not always the case. I mean, I'm not. I hope my female listeners did not find that, because I wasn't intending to make them feel bad. I'm just saying that, a lot of times, I'm sure that part of their intention is to, make sure that a guy sees them and, make them look nice. Mm-hmm.
And not only that, we do dress for the weather too. So, in Jamaica it's very hot.
Yes.
Right? And I think women are way more confident now. So, whatever they wear, it's pretty much basically because they feel confident.
Yes.
And not because they're seeking attention.
Oh Lord, though, man, they wow, they can go easy with some of the tights,
But why can't you stay focused and just look in the direction you're headed?
You mean stay focused when you see a woman in a tights? All of that. Clearly, stay focused. I can't stay focused. Can't stay focused, man. Come on, a little bit. You have to just take a. You take a half a second look at you. Is a second is a second look that puts you into problem.
Right, but I don't agree. I just don't believe that the way we carry ourselves is a reflection or indication that we are seeking attention.
No. And I'm not saying that's a general. I'm not saying that's a general rule, but I don't think that we can deny that there are women, and I said men do that too. And I sometimes put on a nice, whatever, and when I put on my cologne, I went into the market. Some time ago, and a lady said, "Good God Almighty, this a man, the man nice." She said, "What a man smell good. A some man fi smell good. Man, you smell good. I could have carry you home on my yard."
Yes, neighbor. Keisha told me that when she met with you, you look as if you were going to work or you were going to church.
Keisha, who is that?
Keisha, my sister.
Oh, in the market.
Yes.
The lady said, "Man, what a man smell! What a man you smell! You smell nice. I would have take." She said, "Some man be smell nice." And I was going to the market, so you can imagine you go to the market and you put on your best cologne, and the girl said, "My God, sir, could I take you?" I said, "Ma'am, sister, you're a old woman." She said, "Old." She said, "The minute I see you and smell you, I feel young again." Feel young again. Yeah.
Oh dear. And neighbor, you have a guest.
Okay. Well, before I get
defending you.
Before I get to the guest, here is the man leading the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, Commander Alvin Gayle, has sought to explain why less than 30 million of the over 1 billion donated to Hurricane Melissa relief effort was spent in the first 6 months since disaster struck in western end of Jamaica. He was responding to findings from a real-time audit done by the Auditor General report. Here is a report from Nationwide.
The report from the Auditor General's department was tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, May 12. According to the Auditor General, Pamela Monroe Ellis, less than 2% of the over $1.4 billion in hurricane donations has been spent up to April 2. That's just over $26 million. And this is 6 months after Melissa devastated Western parishes. But speaking on Nationwide at 5 on Wednesday, ODPEM's Director General, Commander Alvin Gayle, says the lack of spending reflected the office's prudent financial management.
At the material time, we had spent some $26 million to support the government-directed roof repair program under the shelter recovery program. We had ceased spending that from that account, as we would have written to the Ministry of Finance to see the regularizations of the funds as is required. Since then, we have spent some $135 million to support the program. We must also understand that at the time's material, some $400 million worth of building material and sundries were donated to the program, which when we looked at it, it would have been prudent for us to retain the funds and call for the donated materials to be used in the execution of the program. Just against that background, only $26 million would have been spent.
ODPEM adds that the donated funds were intended to support national relief interventions, which formed part of the shelter recovery program. Commander Gayle says funds to support the program have now been earmarked.
There's also the matter concerning the deployment of modular housing solutions. So to support the modular housing solutions, there is some $600 million earmarked. To support that program, more specifically, we're speaking about the construction of the concrete bases that need to attend to the deployment of these housing solutions. So another $600 million has been earmarked to support, again, the shelter recovery program.
And Commander Gayle says most of the funds will go towards housing recovery.
The overarching idea of the utilization of funds that are donated is such that we'll have a tangible outcome on the end of it. And all the funds have now been earmarked specifically to support housing recovery matters and or any other programs as requested by donors specifically. So there's a specific donor request, then we will seek to honor that. But in the mainstream, the funds from the donated funds will be treated with under the shelter recovery program or any other housing related matters.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
All right, that's from Nationwide. So the report from the Auditor General Department was tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday. According to Mrs. Pamela Monroe Ellis, less than 2% of the $1.4 billion in hurricane donation has been spent up to April 2. That's just over $26 million. And this is 6 months after Melissa devastated Western parishes. The Director General was speaking on Nationwide. That's Alvin Gayle. But he says that the lack of spending reflected the office's prudent financial management.
At the material time, we had spent some $26 million to support the government-directed roof repair program under the shelter recovery program. We had ceased spending that from that account, as we would have written to the Ministry of Finance to see the regularizations of the funds as is required. Since then, we have spent some $135 million to support the program. We must also understand that at the time's material, some $400 million worth of building material and sundries were donated to the program, which when we looked at it, it would have been prudent for us to retain the funds and call for the donated materials to be used in the execution of the program. Just against that background, only $26 million would have been spent.
Okay, all right. So the ODPM adds that the funds were intended to support national relief interventions, which formed part of the shelter recovery program. Mr. Gayle says funds to support the program have now been earmarked.
There's also the matter concerning the deployment of modular housing solutions. So to support the modular housing solutions, there is some $600 million earmarked. To support that program, more specifically, we're speaking about the construction of the concrete bases that need to attend to the deployment of these housing solutions. So another $600 million has been earmarked to support, again, the shelter recovery program.
The ODPM adds that donated funds were intended to support national relief interventions, which formed part of the shelter recovery program. Commander Gayle says funds to support the program have now been earmarked, and he says most of the funds will go towards housing recovery.
The overarching idea of the utilization of funds that are donated is so that we'll have a tangible outcome on the end of it. And all the funds have now been earmarked specifically to support housing recovery matters and or any other programs as requested by donors specifically. So there's a specific donor request, then we will seek to honor that. But in the mainstream, the funds from the donated funds will be treated with under the shelter recovery program or any other housing related matters.
Okay. There you have it from Commander Gayle of the Disaster Recovery Office. Member Harry, good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, neighbor.
You have left from YouTube and you are now here on TikTok. What's happening?
No, neighbor, can't leave YouTube.
Oh, okay. Member Harry, you are suggesting that we copyright the bill back bill.
Of course, neighbor.
You think it's a better term than now?
Neighbor, down to the grade 6 student can say it and know what it means. But if you tell them NARA and National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, before them finish the national, let them forget what you're talking about.
I believe absolutely. I want all of you to comment on the advice I've given to the government. Well, let me see. The fact of the matter, Harry, is that the government seemed to be defending the headline that came out yesterday, which says they haven't spent the money. I think when you are playing defense, you are not winning the match. You know, Harry. Don't you think that there is probably a different public relations approach that needs to be taken, as the one I have outlined?
Well, definitely not, neighbor. But here's the thing: as a person who is a football fanatic, right, like myself, they say goals win you. Attack wins your matches, but defense win your tournaments.
Yes.
And there are different ways in terms of art form how to defend. Some people defend from the front foot. Some defend on the back foot. But at the end of the day, you want to do it in politics and in government, do it in a way where your defense is by empowering people through knowledge, so you don't have to be out there fighting. Right?
Yes.
What you do is you utilize and bring the heavy load from the get-go, which where we are now. You go out, the stuff you mentioned, a lot of them, and you feed the people that information. You let them see it. You let them understand it. You let that becomes a national pride, because you have to let people buy into their own recovery in a neighbor.
Yes, sir.
You can't go out there with the Queen's English and using words. But one of the things, because I just saw a lot of podcasts, one of the things I said, you see the smartest person in the room, neighbor, when they're delivering speeches or speaking to people, they don't try to be the smartest. And that entails you don't show off your level of education. The smartest people in the room let things and explain things extremely simple. So you know what they're saying and you buy into it. When that person leaves the room, everybody understands majority of what is said or can be a part of it. That is how you bring inclusivity with it, so nobody's left outside. And how you bring that conversation across speaks volumes. So, for example, if you were to show, because believe it or not, we're all visual individuals in terms of learners, right?
Absolutely.
And let's say you're doing the presentation tonight of what we call the Bill Back Bill. We will have our presentation put up. Those on YouTube would be able to see it clearly, right? Those on TikTok will also be able to see it. But they'll see it from a different angle. You'll have persons who are very who will listen and can conceptualize what you're saying without even looking. Those will be persons probably driving home, no, who can't look at a screen, all right? But how you put up that presentation, your choice of words, allow people to know, to feel it. It should be delivered in such a way where it's so palatable
Yeah.
to everybody. And that means you can't use the same media to do so, which is the plural for medium, right? And you have to use different people because you are appealing to different demography, you are appealing to different educational status, you are appealing to people of different walks in life.
Yes.
And as such, you meet them where they are. So if that means they take two social media influencer to catch the Gen Zs, if you want, well, you don't have to worry about those who speak the Queen's English and have tertiary education because they will understand it either way. But you got Master, you have the counselor speaking to Master, you see him every day, you know it, him show him, it's alright. You see that clinic they were mash up, and he speaks it in his dialect. The clinic run a John shop where run a Baptist corner, where mash up, the bill are going to help put that up. So that means if any little thing, you can walk around the corner, whatever you need to at the clinic. That is how you communicate this. And that is a form of defense.
Absolutely.
It's not a defense where you're coming out to say, oh, well, the Auditor General said this and the money is there. No. Nobody cares that the money is there if they don't know. The problem with it, is that they don't know this money it is actionable.
Absolutely.
And if you can't communicate that over to them, then you're going to have to do what we see, defending by going out and everything you are putting out piece of information to say.
Yes. Right? Cornered actually.
From a reactive way. You don't want to be pegged back on the ropes, neighbor, for those who understand boxing. You don't want to be pegged back now where you have to be punching to try to get your way out. You set the tone and you maintain it because the truth, lies and propaganda can go so far and no more. The People's National Party will run out, right? But they have to have something to grab onto. And if you keep doing this reactive thing, you are fueling them rather than pulling away the energy that they have to make them irrelevant. Because you make them irrelevant and kill their own story when the people know already what you're doing.
Yeah, fantastic. Chops Media. Hello. The bill back, the Politics Plus is recommending the bill back bill. And Nara can stay in Kingston, but it's the bill back bill you need to take to the people down the country and show them, say, the bill back bill, I will bill back them school in a 6 month. Chops Media. Did the government err in presenting this bill as of the government and not about the people, not the people's bill? So make Nara we, not government. How did the government err?
No, sir. I don't think the government erred. The government is by the people.
Then why on God's earth are the people? I have been into 3 towns since Monday, and not one person have been able to tell me that they know anything about Nara. How comes?
Let me tell you, you need to know the Jamaican people that you're dealing with here. You need to know the very Jamaican people that you and I interact with on a day-to-day basis. We need to know them and identify them for who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we had a town hall. It's not a town hall meeting. We had a huge meeting down in St. James. It was at the Western Adventist Conference in Mount Salem. And that meeting was for all the constituencies in St. James. And the government on that day gave out grants in excess of $1 billion right there on the spot.
Yes.
The minister on the spot. over $1 billion was handed out to persons. 500,000, 250,000, you name it. Right? Up today, just today alone, we went out and gave out about $6 million in terms of letters, commitment letters for persons to go to hardware to pick up stuff. And this is additional to what some persons would have gotten before. Some persons got a second chance, some persons got for the first time on this that we just did as a constituency. What I'm talking about that took place in November was for the entire parish. Billions that was given out. And I guarantee you, if you walk through the communities and you ask persons, some of the very persons who were in line, who got, they'll tell you no.
Yes.
Oh, no, go on, never get done yet. And let me tell you something, this is a real issue in this country, where persons who receive the benefit from government is reluctant in saying that they have done so, that they have gotten any benefits. So that is just one aspect of it. So the truth is, I believe that government has done exceptionally well in terms of their response to people, in terms of giving them benefit. No. Could the government have done better?
But I don't think that anyone is questioning the government's response, Chops Media. That is not
So
the argument. The argument is that as of yesterday into today, it is emerging. It is emerging that the government has not been able to spend the money that they have gotten to give to the people. That is being used to introduce Naira to the people, to say, hey, the government got this money for you. You have not gotten it. Have you heard Ian Hales, sir?
No, I haven't heard Ian Hales' presentation.
Maybe I'm going to be able to play it for you. What I'm asking is, what is the strategy you think that could be employed now to get the people to understand that this is not the case?
Neighbor, it is difficult to convince people when you have an active campaign. For example, what the opposition is doing now, they're actively campaigning and using whatever occurs in this country as a wedge issue. So they are doing anything at all that comes up, they will escalate it to the level where it becomes a crisis, even when it is not. Because the truth is, if you were to remove the material that we have gotten from countries that were distributed to persons, and you were to replace it with the money that we receive, you would have come out pretty much in a wash here now. Because I'm quite certain that the amount that the Auditor General found that unspent, and I'm not here advocating for it, because I do believe that we have enough resources in this country to make us a better country. We have enough resources that could actually transform Jamaica in becoming a developing country. We have it, but we are so hamstrung by bureaucracy that it makes it almost impossible for us to get things done. And that is the real crux of the matter.
Yes.
The Auditor General report is not saying that government is incompetent. It's not saying that. It is not saying that there's money here and government refused to spend it. That's not the case. I heard you earlier in your commentary when you mentioned that instead of defending the Naira bill, you ought to present in contrast with not Naira, with the report that came out, the contrasting argument to support it. And I think that's in terms of what came out of the ODPEM office, that's a contrasting argument that would have been placed forward, because there's only one entity that really managed the collection of funds and the disbursement. All the collections in terms of monies coming in as donation towards the Melissa Relief Fund came through ODPEM. So And that makes it easier for the explanation and the justifications to be given. Now, with ADPEM press release a few days ago, neighbor, I think that speaks to some of the issues that we had. And it sort of give you an understanding as to where we are. Now, I'm not here saying to you, because I am an advocate for breaking, especially when it comes to the procurement guideline in Jamaica. I believe that we ought to circumvent these deliberately and get things done. I've said it before. If I was the head of an agency that had to do with the implementation of funds coming out of NARA or coming out of Melissa, I would have gone ahead and document the process that I am using. In that I would approach contractors, I would engage contractors, I would make sure there's value for money, and I would make sure that things are happening within real time. Get the job done.
Let me ask you this, Chops Media. The People's National Party held power from 1989 to 2007, then again from 2011 to 2016. So that's
please repost the live.
So that's 18 and a half years plus 4, right?
Yes,
that's
sir.
22 and a half.
Yes, sir.
Compared to the Jamaica Labour Party, 10 and a half, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the last 32 years, the PNP was in government for 22 and a half of those 30 years.
Yes, sir.
The heads of agencies, permanent secretaries, senior directors often come up through that pipeline. Even if it's apolitical, their mental model of how things are done was formed under the People's National Party policy priorities. Is that not true?
That is 100%.
That a lot of people in the civil service today were employed, nurtured under the dogma of the People's National Party.
100% correct on that.
Okay, so this isn't about party loyalty cards. It's about institutional memory and what is called risk aversion norms. The point is that the very bureaucracy that the executive have to work with could largely be a PNP bureaucracy.
But neighbor, if you go back to the debate in Parliament recently, gentlemen and ladies, the suggestions that were made for correction, especially for NARA, those were what the PNP was asking us to do, is to go back to the status quo, go back to the same things that we are walking away from. You see, neighbor, there's a type of politics that is being practiced by the PNP in opposition today, which is part of the issues that we're having now. The PNP is looking at some of these conversations and they are simplifying them. They are simplifying the conversation and what some people would call in the street, dumbing it down to the level where it becomes an issue. So you find one aspect of the argument and you push that aspect of it to the public and make it seem as though there is a crisis when there is not a crisis, right? Because monies are there to be spent. A high percentage of Jamaicans would have gotten some level of assistance to get them back to a particular level. If you were to do an audit of the persons who have not been assisted yet, there is a significant amount of those persons who would not receive any assistance or any major assistance in the location that they are right now, because the government is doing a rebuilding of communities in other spaces that will not expose them to future disasters. For example, the individual who resides in Parity in St. Elizabeth, those persons cannot expect that government is going to give them money to rebuild in the same location that they just got hit from Melissa, knowing that that's a very flat area and that area is prone to any additional hurricane that should come about within the next couple of weeks, because we are going to go into another hurricane season very shortly.
Yes.
Right? So what you find, neighbor, is that a significant amount of the persons who have not been assisted yet in any major way, government is actively seeking to relocate those persons in areas that they can withstand future disaster. No, you can say, and we can all say, that government needs to do more in terms of communicating this to people. We can agree on that. But the fact of the matter is, it should not be said, or it should not be, the country should not come to the conclusion that, boy, enough is not happening and the government get money and them not spending it. Because that's a PNP argument that is placed in the public space simply to create a narrative to get a particular reaction. And they are getting the reaction. Because they are getting they are winning street and lane. They are winning that argument because they are using,
and that is the emotive headline grabbing argument that appeals to the psychology of people.
Yes.
And when you are living in a society, you know, every time that I think about this Chops Media, I have to conclude that, you know, that irrespective of what you want to say, and I think Scratchy made this argument yesterday, the government have done damn well in terms of maintaining power in Jamaica, you know.
Of course, they have done well, neighbor.
Because
nobody can question that. Nobody could, with any reasonable mind, question whether or not they have done exceptionally well.
To navigate this difficult path and to reach enough people to win 3 consecutive terms is a fantastic achievement. But let me put back the question to you, because I think you have skirted it a little bit. What I am asking you is whether the civil service,
yes,
that NARA does not bypass the civil service. However, if you depend on the civil service to reconstruct Jamaica's Chops Media, it's going to take 20 years. Is that not part of the problem, that the executive led by the Prime Minister is working with a civil service that, even though it may not seem like sabotage, but there are individuals in the civil service that are aligned to the party prior, and there could be some challenges there, challenge there?
There are some levels of sabotage, neighbor. There's no if, ands, or but about it. I will say that to you. There are some levels of sabotage. There are some persons who are not motivated to get things done because they know that when you don't, it will come back as a backlash against the government. So they know that. And there are those who are timid of moving forward. There are those who are driven by the system, and they know that they can hide their poor performance behind the system. There are others who I happened to interact with a head of agency recently who had some projects in Kingston to get done. And even though the system provides for them to use various methods to get the job done in a very speedy way, they chose deliberately to go the long road and drag out something that you could have gotten done in perhaps 2 weeks, because you're trying to, I don't know what it is that the objective is, but what could have taken 2 weeks ending up taking 2 months, because they deliberately chose to go the long road as opposed to use the mechanism in governance to get the thing done in a short.
Sorry to cut you, but you should have this information. And I'm coming to you, Protecting and the other caller. Can you help us to understand, when a government changes, what happens at a ministry in terms of the staff?
There are some persons who are politically appointed who would gracefully tender their resignation.
But do they have to move on or they can't?
They don't. There are some that
like advise us.
Right, they will go willingly because if they don't, then the incoming minister or MP not MP, the minister will move them because the minister would not need them. However, and I do believe that that aspect of governance in Jamaica should change where when it comes to certain aspect of the civil service. But neighbor, those persons who stay, irrespective of the government changes, they are part of the biggest problem in this country,
Well, let's what I'm exploring with you. If 18 and a half years of government plus 4 forms a dogma within the civil service, and some of these people would have been political appointments. Some of them would have been in the position simply because of the party they were aligned to. And a new government comes in. Those people don't change overnight, sir.
No, and it takes a very long time. And let me tell you one of the practice that the PNP deployed back in the 18 and a half years. Every election cycle from 1993 onwards, the PNP would renew their comrade contracts days before the election. I don't know if you know this.
Yes.
You ask anybody, and they will tell you. It is a practice of the PNP that a week or two before a general election is called, whether you're on probation or not, whether you're a Labour right or PNP, if the PNP is in power, you need to put your fists up, declare yourself, and you will become a permanent member of staff, or you will have an extended contract period that will tie the government foot if the government changes. And they did that all the way up until 2007.
So then, if I am appointed minister in Labour and Social Security, when I go to that ministry as a Labour Party minister, what do I find there? The staff I find there, I didn't appoint. Not even the permanent secretary. So what do I bring to the ministry? My advisors only?
The only thing you'll bring to the ministry is possibly your advisors. Matter of fact, even your very secretary, even the secretary, your personal secretary, would have been there waiting for you. The person who handles your personal documents and confidential information
is waiting for the minister. Is waiting for the minister.
Of course, you have no say in that individual. No, there are some ministers who will use creative ways to move those persons and to bring their persons in. Some ministers literally use their political office secretary to do their work because
they don't use the ministry. They don't use the ministry.
No, how you could do that? You'd be stupid if you're a minister who just come into power and thinking that you're going to use the secretary that has been there and thinks that this is as a civil servant, they're going to be, neutral and just do their job according to their job description. Nonsense. It will never happen in this country. It has never happened and will never happen.
So, all right.
Any minister who assume responsibility and thinking that the office that they now holds and the civil servants that serve them are some of the squeaky clean people. I'm not saying that all civil servants are like that.
Absolutely,
but
no.
I will put my life on the line that the vast majority of them are political activists, clothing as civil servants.
Yeah.
Vast majority.
And therefore, Chops Media, we must appreciate the difficulty the Prime Minister would have using this present bureaucracy to spend 6.7 billion United States dollars. It's not a fact.
Listen, man, and that is why I find it difficult sometimes when persons who know better neighbor and know the terrain that we have to maneuver through and know how difficult we know that there are persons in government today, in the public sector, who would sit on documents in their office and refuse to authorize.
In other words, somebody could make a call to them and say, "No sign off it yet."
Of course, and we're not asking if it happened. We're not asking if it happened. We know it happened.
Drag your foot on that.
We know there are persons. Listen, let me tell you, we have come a far way. We have come a far way. There are some who their tenure and the government, you can see it happens. It happens. We see quite a few pushbacks when time comes for them to go, and they refuse and they don't want to go. There are some that the government had to take a decision to say, look, man, you have to go. They are weeding these persons out. And the fear that a lot of persons have in this country, neighbor, is that if the Jamaica Labour Party were to win a fourth term, all those persons who have been politically appointed, who sit in the public sector and hold this country hostage, those persons' tenure will expire by 2030 or thereabout. Right? And that is the biggest fear. And that's why people are fighting tooth and nail now to maintain the status quo, because they want to ensure that their political party can come back in office. The PNP is actively campaigning, neighbor. The PNP is out there right now as we speak. They're out there looking at the issues, using this whole report coming out of the Auditor General as a wedge issue to create a political storm in this space to sort of get some traction from it. Right? And that is how the PNP is operating. The PNP is operating as though they are in full-fledged political mode. The PNP continuously, neighbor, as I said to you last night, they are relying heavily on this whole thing of emotional politicking, right? Instead of presenting some solutions, they are just using emotions. Every single disagreement cannot be treated as a crisis. It cannot be treated as a crisis, and that's what they are doing.
I know that my other listeners are waiting, but I beg them. I walk because I think this is fascinating for me. It's also fascinating for my.
You said something earlier, and I beg them to oblige for a second to neighbor. You said something earlier that was very profound. You know, when you talk about you talk something about them accusing the JLP. And I want to go back to something I spoke to you some time ago about. When the GLP, and we used to say this on social media all the time, that if the PNP accuse you of something, 9 out of 10 times, it is what they are doing. And it is a part of a broader tactics that has been deployed by the PNP. It is coming straight out of the book of Hitler's Germany. It is coming straight out of the communist playbook, where you accuse your opponent of the things that you are guilty of.
Yeah.
So every time that you hear them come out to accuse the JLP of something, it is what they have done or what they would have done if had they occupied the office.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
So what I want you to double down on Chops Media is to get my listeners and even myself to understand that the bureaucracy in place, the civil service, that the executive, when we speak about the executive, we're talking about the prime minister and the cabinet, they make the policy. And when they are through with signing off on those policies, they have to give it to the bureaucracy of the civil service. And
yes,
that bureaucracy is not a bureaucracy that they chose.
No.
That's how government works in Jamaica.
They inherit those persons. And you're at their, sometimes you're at their mercy in terms of interpretation on how things are presented to the public. A lot of times you're at their mercy. You know?
No, imagine that you are a new coach, and 80% of the players were recruited and trained by the last coach. Mm-hmm. How are you going to navigate that when they are basically still taking messages and instructions from the old coach?
So the PNP said it publicly, neighbor. The PNP had said it publicly before,
Yes.
That the JP won, but they are in charge.
Oh.
They've said that before. I don't remember who made the statement. I can do my research and come back and tell you. But they've said that before. That while the JLP might have won the election, they run the government. They've said that before.
So the civil service is not neutral in the sense of being a blank slate. It carries the DNA of the government that staffed it the longest. That is a fact. Okay?
Yes.
And that is not conspiracy. That's organizational behavior. The civil service is not neutral.
And if we are going to say that, and I agree with you, we must also be willing to say that if the JLP were to win a fourth term,
that the civil service will largely will carry their DNA.
Absolutely.
So that the transition in government has not yet taken place.
No, but here is a kicker to that. And here's why while that might sound a little bit controversial, the difference is, who would you prefer to have stack up a civil servant, a civil service? A civil service loyal to the People's National Party, or a civil service loyal to the Jamaica Labour Party? Because when you put both political parties on the table and measure them based on performance and delivery to the people, which one would you trust to stock the civil service? And that is perhaps the question that needs to be asked, because there's no doubt. Because if we're going to sit here and agree, which I 100% agree, that the civil service, based on the tenure of the People's National Party, 18.5 plus additional 4 years, they would have managed to stock up the civil service. And of course, have more persons in there who are loyal to them and who will do their bidding.
Yeah. There's
no doubt.
So when we say that the bureaucracy is holding us back, it is holding us back. Is it holding us back, chaps, because it is aligned, or because it was built to say no first and ask questions later? And if NARA is a walk around, what happens to the civil service the other 64 days of the year? In other words, I see that beyond NARA, or beyond the civil service, this Prime Minister understands this problem and is seeking to deliver for the Jamaican people, hence the NARA bill.
And that, yes, you're correct, neighbor. And you see, again, when the objective changes, because the objective under the PNP is different from the objective under the JLP. The JLP is wired to do what is right for Jamaica, for the entire country, for everybody. They want to build a country that everybody can benefit from. The PNP, on the other hand, their objective is to build individuals who the country can rely on. I don't know if you understand. I don't know if you agree with me.
Oh yes. In other words, there are different philosophical underpinnings of both parties. Because if you understand the Jamaica Labour Party's ideology, you'll understand that they would staff the civil service to advance Jamaica's cause.
Right.
The PNP would staff the civil service to advance their party's cause.
Thank you very much, sir. And that is where the rubber hits the road.
And that is why the party needs another term to complete that change in Jamaica. Change, Chaps Media is not something that just you snap your finger. It's a process.
It's a long process, because we didn't get here overnight either. It took a very long time. It took 18.5 years plus other years to get us to where we were able to put a bureaucracy in place that has stymied the growth of Jamaica. Because there's nothing that prevents growth in this country more than the bureaucracy, neighbor.
Fantastic.
Remember, if you go back and do a research, I cannot recall, except for the years when we were really in we were a sick economy. Except for those years, there has not been a year that the country has been able to spend the budget that has been passed in Parliament,
The capital budget.
There has not been a single year.
You mean even the ministries, the funds assigned to the ministries?
No, the regular budget, right. Nothing extra. Just the regular budget that we approve every March, every 31st, We approved that budget, and that is the money that need to run the country and to development and to do all the development and all that stuff. We have not been able to spend it in its entirety. And that is not because we don't have it. It's because we don't have the capacity to do it. And we don't have the capacity because the persons who are in charge, the persons who have it within them to make the decisions, to move things forward, to get things done, have other motives. And it might not be the most popular things to say, but it's a fact.
But I think we have to define our problems if we're going to solve them. Hold on for Miss Chops Media. Protecting Jamaica. You've been here for a while, listening in. I wonder if you, in your own way, could advance the discussion, or you want to be something new to be raised. Any comments?
Good evening, neighbor.
Asking everyone to tap the screen, share the live, and repost the live, please.
Good evening, neighbor. Good evening, listeners, all patriotic Jamaicans. Good evening. I was here waiting to add my first person comments. And evening, Chops. I hope I get half an hour like Chops.
Blessings, my brother. Blessings.
2007, we got to Jamaica House. And we were unsettled. And we decided that the only way to really truly be settled is to really know who we're going to be working with over the term.
Yes.
So we moved from office to office, checking for different things. The staff who we found when we went to Jamaica House did not know exactly what we were looking for, but we were looking for anything to indicate something. We came upon some offices, went into some drawers, and we found election buttons of PJ. We say PJ. At that point,
at Jamaica House.
Yes, at that point we knew who was who is who, and who supported who. It continued. We used different means, and we continued to check and to satisfy ourselves what we were getting into. Now, there is something very important to note. The civil service is in charge of the public servants that work in the public service. They are employed to fill positions, even though throughout the 18 and a half years, the PMP created some positions that never exist. And even though we spent that considerable amount of time, 4 years, with Bruce Gold in a Jamaica House, there were still positions that you had to be creating the posts for the positions to be filled. Now, these are people who had served 2 or 3 years and were appointed to the posts, and you couldn't fire them. Now, when you enter government, whether as a minister or, minister, you take to that office a special assistant, an assistant who can probably work interchangeably as your secretary. But by and large, you enter that ministry, enter that office with staff already there. Maybe
that's the minister.
The minister, right? So you enter the office with the permanent secretary in the ministry, a secretary to the permanent secretary, and maybe an office clerk or two, depending on the size of the ministry that existed there, and maybe a secretary. Now you come, advisors are gone because those are political appointments. Assistant and special assistant to whoever was there, them they gone. Office attendant gone because you don't want your opponent somebody to serve your tea. And so you enter office with people, especially in 2007, and we were in the political wilderness for so long, people who literally would have to hit the ground running, learn while them go. And so a lot of people had to go do some training right away. And I'm talking about first-hand experience here. A lot of people had to go do some training right away. There is mind. A lot of people had to go to mind right away. A lot of offices, the permanent secretary were good enough and welcoming enough them allow the staff who were there who would be senior, technically, to teach the new staff who are coming. Now, as a minister going into that ministry, you have to now move around people in these offices to suit whatever vision you have for that ministry. So it might be that a particular office clerk or secretary who controls certain information, certain desk, certain thing of a pass through them desk, you might move them up. Because now you can't trust them people there. Common sense. And so it took some time. It took over a year for us to really settle in. But there is one important thing to consider. The permanent secretaries that were appointed by the former government, you still have to keep one eye open. You still have to look out at the side of your eye, because guess what? Majority of the permanent secretaries were appointed by the People's National Party. 18 and a half years was a very long time. And many of them did young. A lot of them were young. So, boom, you enter the Prime Minister office. Omar Davis' brother had to go. He never go right away. It took a little while.
So the
cabinet secretary.
Hold on. The brother of the former finance minister, Golden, had to keep him for a while?
He had to be there for a while. So he have to retire. For years. You have to allow.
The former Carlton
Davis. You can't fire him. Cabinet secretary. So you have to allow him to retire. He was at the age him decided to go. He's an honorable man. Somebody I respect. Carlton Davis. He's an honorable man, and he left because he knew that.
Protect him. I don't want to interrupt, but I agree with you. He's an honorable gentleman. One of the best ones yet.
Yes, very, very, very nice gentleman. We had a lot of conversations, and he understood that the government change. This is a sensitive position. I am off the age. Don't bother stay here and hold up nothing. Let me just go. And he went. Now, the overarching concern that we should have of the public service are those people who still remain or are appointed by the PMP. I mean, I talk about permanent secretary and those who became staff and had to be appointed to post. The public service was staffed by the PMP. And at no point at all, I believe, that Bruce Golding fooled himself that everything was cook and dandy and he could chill. There was always a consideration that we have to look out at the side of the eye because these people were not put in these posts by us. And it is because of that, neighbor, why I continue to hold the positions I hold. When you have the very government institutions that you are in charge of,
yes,
but they are opposition and antithetical to you,
yes,
and your own vision of how you want to proceed, running the country, progressing the country forward, you have to be mindful that since it is the people in the wider society who vote you in as government, it is they who you must bring along on this journey.
Yes.
Neighbor, the common sense position is, if you're not leading the narrative are going to lead you. That's it. The narrative don't mean war. You don't need to go out there, go lift up your skirt and throw it over your head and tell people don't dry your tongue. The narrative simply means the programs and policies that you want to put forward for the progression of a country. You must lead the way in establishing these nationally and let the conversation reel from that. It shouldn't be that you allow your opponents to lead the narrative and then the conversation is reeling from what your opponents put out there. That forms the basis, the foundation from which all conversations are going to spring. It makes no sense. You already should understand that the very system that you are running has the potential to overthrow you.
Yes.
And because it has that potential, and democracy requires the participation of the people. Get the people to participate. And how do you do that? As you say, okay, let's stop talking about this blinking Nara. Call it the Bill Back Bill.
Yes.
Put it out there.
Yes, the Bill Back Bill.
Let it sink in. And as I suggested, I think it was last night or night before, put it pan, since Ilan Gully rider is a popular rhythm now, put it panny. Put it panny. Populism is still something that is important in politics, you know. You might not follow it up 100% because I know the Jamaica Labour Party don't practice that politics. But you need to stake your claim and you need to establish your position and let the position you establish be the guiding post to every position that comes after that. It shouldn't be that important conversations like these are being led by your opponents, especially when your opponents in opposition. Your opponents get in opposition and lead public national narrative. That don't make no sense, star. And that's the very position that I hold. I'm going to beat it like a dead donkey till the day comes for me go.
So.
You must understand.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I want you to back up a little bit for me because I really find this to be very interesting and very informative. Because I think part of our problem is that we don't know how government functions. We don't understand how things get done in government. We think that, boy, government can draw checks, government can issue instructions and things just get done. What you are saying is that the civil service was built during the 18 and a half years of PNP governance. And I am arguing, can that civil service operationalize a JLP-led post-Melissa vision without institutional friction, passive resistance, or culture clash? Can it do it?
Neighbor, we need to understand that the systems run anything at all. Systems are established by policies. So literally, we don't need fear no wrestling with nobody, you know. All you need to do is to establish clear policies, and then the very opponents you have, because they have to operate within the structure of the system that is directed by the policy, they have to do what you want them to do. Now, the public service is being refreshed. And we have to understand that. There were people in the public service when I got to Jamaica House who had already applied for 2 extensions.
On their retirement?
On their retirement. There were people who were 75, 77 years old still working in government. And there had to be a decision taken by the Prime Minister at the time. No more extension to nothing. But because of how broke and pauperized these people were, Bruce Golden in his wisdom considered at that time that it made sense to extend the retirement age. A lot of people don't understand sometimes how policy comes, you know. To extend the retirement age, to move it up, to give these people a little bit more time. That understanding by this great man, Bruce Golding, also drove him to agree with Ardishaw that they would move the salaries to almost market rate, private sector market rate. In 2008, I benefited from that greatly. Because remember me tell you, government money was monkey money, neighbor. Yes, man, back juice money. And in 2008, when Ardishaw decided that he was going to move the salary after Bruce Golding agreed, they moved it significantly. It was about 115, 116% it moved by. And that was significant for a lot of people. At that point, a lot of people decided shortly thereafter that they would go gracefully. They wouldn't bother wrestle and wait and beg. I see people cry when they were told that there was no further extension after them approached 76 years old. Me see people retire this week and dead next week. Because them really couldn't survive. But the PMP continued to give them extensions because they didn't pay them nothing and they know them that suffer. A lot of these people today, we hear come out, come farm, 30 at civil society group. Them are suffer, neighbor. Enough of them are suffer and they depended on the PMP to put them on one board there and put them on one board over there so they can pay them bill. So a lot of these people you see rise up in the society against the Jamaica Labour Party. I sing for them food. Them a sing for them plate of food. Thank God, over the past 10 years, Andrew Holness has moved the pension rate up a little bit. So it provides a little bit of cushion for many of these people because remember, pension are fixed income, you know. So a lot of them under pressure still. But this is the worthlessness that the PMP engendered while they spent that extended period of time, almost 19 years, 18 years and 7 months in a power. And so, for the period of 4 years that Bruce Golding spent, a lot of structural adjustments were made. A lot of policy changes internally that affected positively the public service was made. The public service, after a while, started warming up to Bruce, especially when Bruce made a particular decision to make water drop out of my eye. When the accounts office at the Prime Minister office approached his office and said to Pat Reid, we noticed that the Prime Minister have not provided his bills. What is happening? We're supposed to pay his bills. And when Pat got to Bruce Golding, Mayor Bruce shout out, when the people pay my bill, who pay the people's bill? Am I not working? Don't I get paid? And you know what was happening, neighbor? The money, the fund to pay the Prime Minister bill, because these are systems, you know, that are designed in government and something where you just come and make a decision. A system that were designed in a government. And this system bank up the whole of the bill money that was provided through the budget to Bruce Golding yard. Can't pay, can't decide saying nah, give them in bill, because him a work, he must pay him bill out of his own pocket. And because of these things, the entire office that controlled that section started warming up to Bruce Golding because they saw him as an honorable man. So yes, the public service can change. But the truth is, because the PMP spent this considerable amount of time staffing the public service, there are still enough people and at very influential positions in the public service to cause damage to the Jamaica Labour Party. Over the last 10 years, a lot of people have retired. One such retiree about 7-8 years ago was Jeanette Calder, Comrade Jeanette Calder. And because she knows that she died dead for hungry, and she wants to prop up her PMP, glorious PMP, if he come back, she go start what them call now jump. And basically what she do over there so is, when the 12 PMP corruption, while they're in opposition, rise up, she shut her mouth. But when the PMP and the Gleaner try to manufacture some corruption on the current government, she up her mouth. So basically, this is the role that they're playing. And because a lot of them PMP feed them over these many years, you still have them with their loud voices, and because they have access to media, call down the government. The government, in order to counter this, the government needs to always come forth and come first to the people. And once you put the narrative there and you start the public discussion on a particular thing, then anybody else comes after is going to fall by the wayside. The government needs to lead the narrative, neighbor. And I continue to hold this position. Lead whatever narrative you want to lead. Now, the very information I mentioned last night that the man from ODP gave on radio yesterday, this information should have been shared moons ago. And we wouldn't in our position now we're coming from behind.
Okay.
Play a map up.
Let me frame this.
With all of this.
Let me frame this for you. So the Auditor General, the Auditor General's report on NARA has given the PNP some ammunition. My understanding is that instructions have been given that they are to milk it, that it is to be the line of attack against the government.
Yes.
I see most, well, not most, but I see some of them, the PNP MPs already putting it out there, say, this is what is happening. So it's been spun protecting Jamaica as
I expected, neighbor.
as corruption and waste. No, that's politics, and we expect that to happen. Now, in a society like Jamaica with low civic literacy, most Jamaicans won't read the Auditor General report. It's 120 pages. They will run with the headline and the feeling that it gives them. Now, the narrative is the government got $1.4 billion and you're still under tarpaulin. That's emotional protecting. That is going to hit. How do you think that the government needs to respond from here?
Let me talk about the Auditor General a little bit, neighbor.
Yes.
The Auditor General is doing what she was instructed to do.
Well, instructed by who? Instructed, that is her mandate.
Me always go there. In 2020.
No. When you say instructed.
Yes, man, me go the neighbor. Give me a little time now to set the pitch.
Okay.
In 2023, I have a friend in the PMP. And he called me. The Auditor General had released a report on something. And my phone ring. As my phone ring, me pull over and I say, yo, what go on? Because I know say something he call me and tell me about. Because he is one of them when I like Mark Golding. There's a fraction in the PMP who does not support Mark Golding. And him say, you know, see what them,
message, please.
You know, see what them tell the Auditor General to do. No, he did not say that. He said to me, you know, see what them tell Trevor Monroe daughter to do. No. Me not even that pay attention to that because me frightened. He said, Trevor Monroe daughter. I say, where you get that from? So that me a focus on, you know. Him say, you never know, say, Trevor Man. I say, you sure, brother? Him say, boy, I'm not too sure, you know, about them and family. So I call another friend who I have now in the PMP who could have given me some better particulars. And I say, who is Pamela Monroe? Him say, boy, I'm here, say, Trevor Monroe niece, you know. I say, what do you think about that report that was released? Because I get some information and I want to see if you can back it up. Now, since then, there are 2 reports that she released. Because those reports were supposed to be released to be public information so that the PMP can create some public
but they are real-time audit reports protected. And to be fair, the reports
here
are
is
not.
my difficulty. Here is my difficulty. How do you have a conclusion? How do you have a concluded report? A hurricane just happened. The money not spent yet.
It's a real-time report. So it is.
How do you have a concluded report? Why not a rolling report to say that, okay, 26 million have been spent?
But it is a rolling report. It is done. Yes.
Neighbor.
Yes.
You shouldn't have a rolling report. You should have a rolling audit. Because if it's a real-time audit, all you need to do as the auditor is to apprise yourself of what is being spent and allow the process to continue. Till the process done, you write a report and give your conclusion.
Yes, but
why don't you?
No, all right. Speak to the content of the report protecting Jamaica is not something that I think is antithetical to the government's program.
No, I really don't think so. But I have noticed the way these reports are done by her. You think that the PMP just jump down out the ganga campaign on a report?
No. But it is not. No, it is not the report itself that is giving the PNP strength. You know, that is not. It is not the report.
It is the twisting
of the argument.
Twist.
It is the So
that's the point. It is a real-time audit. The money not done spent yet. Why do we have a report?
No, but protecting. The report is done as the reconstruction is going on.
Neighbor, the audit is done while the reconstruction is going on. Make the audit run.
So when is the report? When is the audit to come out?
Neighbor, process not done yet, so you have a report.
Well.
This not cause problem, man. Keep it a rolling audit.
Let me
Keep it as a rolling audit.
hold on for me.
When
Protect.
you're
I'm
producing a report
coming
for
back
rolling
to you.
audit.
Harry? Member Henriquez?
I'm here. I'm here, neighbor.
Help me here, Member Henriquez. This Auditor General report, which is what they call it, member?
It's a real-time audit report produced by the Auditor General.
Explain that for me.
It is really on the go based on where the projects are and the funding have gone thus far. So it's everything that has been done and what are being lined up to do. So what it does, it gives you where we are currently, right? But I think the problem with a real-time audit, neighbor, is that you can always spin it however you want. There will always be things, because what is happening is that people will take, well, let me put it this way, they will judge what should happen with what is already happening. And because this audit does not include a full-on explanation per se, and we can't see a tangible result, because when something is real-time in a neighbor, it is where you are in the process. And where you are in the process will be judged heavily by different walks, people from different walks of life, to say, this is what you should have done already, and this is where you should have been. So we're going to get a lot of if, buts, and maybes, and shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? And I think that brings up a story now to be told where anybody with enough leverage can swing it their own way. Case in point, we're seeing what's happening with the current opposition. They're going to use the emotional aspect of things to say, see there, we're going to get all of this money and only spend $26 million and people are suffer. But the truth is, you won't get the whole aspect of it to say the money has been put towards project, and it's because these projects have not been approved for execution just yet or started, is why the rest of the money has not been spent. But you're not going to necessarily get that information because, again, you're going to be judged where you are now, and with the civic literacy of Jamaica falling very short of standard, probably one of the lowest standard in the region as right now. So we're going to get a lot of that, neighbor. And I think one of the things as well with the audit is when it's being conducted, I don't believe the Auditor General gets a lot of information in terms of explanation as to what's happening. Because what will be needed now to think of this as data. You have to know, make it make sense. You have to turn it into information. And you can only turn it into information with the rest of the institutions. For example, ADPEM head who came out and speak. We don't get anything from finance to explain as to what's happening there. And as such, people will now have their own narrative and their own story, neighbor, to say, see, this is not done because money gone. The money not missing. It's all there. And they're going to say, well, why the money not spent? Without hearing, right? This is the hurtful part about it. The report comes out, but there's no, the necessary shareholders or stakeholders, such as finance and different ministry, doesn't get to speak immediately to add this, add clarity to this data and make it in the proper information and make it palatable so people can understand. I think that is a major problem where how we govern, neighbor, right, will put this administration on the back end. So the hearing, when this report comes out and people saying, you know, well, ministers, senators and so on saying it's a bureaucratic process and the red tape, people don't want to hear that. While that is a reality in a neighbor, people want to see the results of it. But this is what you get when you have a real-time audit that's giving you as you go along, but people don't judge projects on that. People don't judge government on that. Governments are judged by results, and they don't care. They have no care for the process, and it's a disadvantage. It gives the upper hand to the opposition because the opposition can say anything they want to say. They can propose anything and sell you a dream. But the reality is, if they were in the same position, it probably would be the same or worse off.
Neighbor.
Yeah.
Something is amiss, neighbor. I do not believe that this is the right approach. Now, let me draw your attention to something. A real-time audit is being done on the Cornwall Regional for about 2 years now. I'll know me not see one report. What is Pamela Monroe Ellis hoping to achieve with this one? A real-time audit is being done on Spanish Town Hospital.
But is the Auditor General acting on her own to just do this? Yes.
May I interrupt, please?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I just want to let you know that on Saturday at 6 p.m. Jamaican time, we will have Minister Marlon Morgan here, and he will be able to provide us with all these information in real time. Okay?
Well, we expect that. Great. All right. Chops. Before you come back, protecting Jamaica. Chops Media.
Yeah, I was saying
you were saying that we should be careful. What?
Because here's why I said be careful. Because we don't want to find ourselves in the same position as the People's National Party, where and I said ours because I'm a part of it too, where our utterances become, destructive to the very institutions that we're trying to protect here. The Auditor General is not just an individual. It's not just Pamela Monroe Ellis. It's an institution that plays a very integral role in the governance of the country. I don't believe personally that the Auditor General is being instructed by the PNP to do an audit. And here's why I said that. There are some audits that are triggered by individuals who, whether by way of telephone calls or email or anonymous tips. I know that exists as it relates to the Integrity Commission. I'm not certain if this is how the Auditor General operates, if she operates based on tips, but I know she can audit any company at any organization at any time without notice. No, if you want to use that to say that if somebody provides a tip to the Auditor General and it is a member of the People's National Party who say, hey, I think you should go over there and look. If you want to then narrow that down to being instructed, I can understand that. But I wouldn't want to say that the Auditor General is being instructed by the PNP.
I think that's a little straight. Because then the very report that the Auditor General has put out, in my view, does not support the PNP's narrative. It does
Precisely.
not. It does not support it.
That's what I was saying to protecting that. When I was saying be careful, because the truth is the report is not a bad report. It's a real-time report that gives a conclusion at a particular period in time. So while it's a running report, while it's a running audit, they're going to give you a report that encapsulates from, let's say, from October until March, and they give you they conclude there. They can pick up back in another 2 months or 3 months, and give another report covering another 3 months period, and that report could now clarify all the questions that we have now in this real-time first leg of the reporting. The second leg could clarify all of these and could probably raise other questions in the other report. So I think sometimes, we're all political people. I am too. And our heads sometimes are deeply in the politics. I think sometimes we have to step back for a moment and sort of assess these things without the political connotations, without political influence in the back of our mind. Because sometimes, because we are clouded by our politics, and I say that respectfully, and I say it to myself first, because I am a political animal. But sometimes I myself have to pinch myself and say, hey, step back for a moment and think about it. Is it that every professional that you have encountered in the public sector, all of them are corrupt? No. And the answer to that is no. So can you make a broad statement that capture all public sector employee? No. So sometimes you just have to pinch yourself and step back for a moment and say, let me analyze the situation and deal with it without the politics swaying my decisions. And that's all I'm saying.
Well, to add to that, Chops, it's
if the connection with her being Trevor Monroe's daughter or niece or
that is of no moment, really.
Exactly. So
yeah.
Again,
because this whole matter of meritocracy, Chops, is something that we need to promote. The nepotistic era. Because societies don't do well when they grow on nepotism. We need to promote meritocracy, and if someone is associated with whoever and gets into a position, once they are qualified for the job, exactly. That is what concerns me. Mr. Perkins,
simply by association.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins used to say that if I take a plane to Florida or New York, it don't matter to me if the pilot is Mr. Golin's daughter, Mark Golin's daughter. What I am concerned with is that pilot competent to fly me to New York. Couldn't care less whether it's Mr. Golin's daughter.
I want to make a statement real quick, neighbor. In the height of the political campaign in 2025, I happened to be at Cornwall Regional, not Cornwall Regional, I happened to be at the Western Children's Hospital and a tour with Mark Golin and members of the PNP. And I still have pictures and videos of it. And when you look at the pictures and the videos that were taken with myself and Mark Golin, there are those who would ask me the question, are really you that and Mark Golin? I say yes.
Yes.
You are Mark Golin? I say yes. Because they would not understand that in that space we had civil conversation, respectful conversation, and we had to operate as professionals. We can carry on all we want in the political space, but there's a time when you have to take off the political hat and just deal with things according. And I don't know if Pamela Monroe Ellis is even related to Trevor Monroe, and if she is related to Trevor Monroe, do I now conclude that every decision she makes is a political one? Sometimes we just have
well, we'd have to be careful that, because remember that the speaker of the House is the wife of the Prime Minister. So,
exactly.
So we have to be careful here.
Exactly.
Because if you're gonna be carrying that line, we can carry it, don't we? And then we have to be careful of that, because there are those who make that argument that I totally am against it. I push meritocracy.
But neighbor, last week in Parliament, Damon Crawford cited an argument that I put forward when I had a difficulty with a particular school principal whose wife was the rep on the school board.
Yes.
And had to preside over matters that had to deal with the principal, and I had a problem with it. And he said, then how come that man had a problem with the school principal's wife sitting on the board, but you don't have a problem with the Prime Minister's wife being the Speaker of the House? There were two different situations.
Yeah. And it's a small society with not a lot of talents either,
But 44 square miles, the chances of me knowing somebody who sits in Parliament is quite likely. Am I going to be disqualified from a job simply because I know somebody?
Can I give you a joke, sir? Can I give you a joke before I bring back protecting? I went on a little move one night, you see. Put on a dark glass and and a cap. You know. And when I went into the place, somebody said, they called my name. Hey man, what you do yourself? Good God Almighty, you mean say I am known here? No matter where I go in Jamaica, you see me. In my dark glasses, I had my big hat, you could have never think that it was me. As I say, hey sir, I see you.
Protected.
Go, your time protected. Go ahead.
Well, just before protecting coming neighbor,
Give Harry a minute, please.
What Chop said with that picture, right? Actually explains one of the biggest downfall of a real-time auditor running audit. It is what we normally call in the financial aspect a snapshot. Persons would call that snapshot in time. So what it does is you can draw two things from it. You can draw a conclusion, which is false for both positive and or negative, right? And that is exactly what we're experiencing here. So that is a major drawback. And I said a major because there are few, but this one actually heads the list of it, where you can take any bits of information where you are in that stage, because that snapshot for Chops is just a part of what will have happened in his day at that event. And it's the same thing in our recovery with this real-time audit, with the first audit put forward as to where we are now. And that is what people is going to draw in conclusions, because that's really what they are, and put it out as conclusions to and hence to in that aspect. So I just wanted to share that to the listeners understand that this what is happening is a natural process of a real-time audit and should not be disheartened.
Okay, back to you protecting.
So, as me I say, sometimes, you see, because me see a lot of things, I mean, know a lot of things. Sometimes, some things to me, not really fit the joke. The same Pamela Monroe Ellis sat as a commissioner on the IC, while Comrade Seymour Panton agreed with Comrade Kevin Stevenson to prefer charges on the Prime Minister. And it was Mrs. Prince Kamika who said, but not there so for charge a man for. She was there. And she knows her foolishness, but she agreed. So anybody who want to laugh because the chap say I take picture with the opposition leader, listen to me. Me's a different kind of human being. I mean, know the things I know. I have participated in the politics in ways I can't even express. I can't tell. So let me tell you something. If you no silico smoke cannot exist without fire. You hear me? A lot of times, these things are done that I know to be so for particular reasons. There's nothing to hold on to. There's nothing really, but just put something out there because already emotionally when people hear about Auditor General, that strike some emotions. And then now once you throw something out there, will look like red meat, because nowadays them a paint meat, a spray meat and I use 3D machine, a print all meat. So when you throw something out there will look like meat, and then it is pounced on by the political carnivores, then it is going to paint the picture that they want it to paint. And it goes back to the root of what I have been saying. If the narrative is led by me, then anybody who comes after will have to push beyond a reasonable doubt to prove anything otherwise. And that's the position I hold. Nothing we see happening, people, happens by chance. And we have to understand the political process. Not everything in politics is absolute. Not everything in politics is absolute. All you need is a perception of something to form something that really don't exist. And that's how the PMP operate. And I know that to be a fact. Because I used to do certain things with the PMP. So when I speak, I don't just speak because I feel a little spot. We have to understand how the PMP go about the game. And then go and use this, and then go and take time to develop into something else, and then something else going to come, and something else then come, because their mission is to remain relevant for 5 years. And as long as they can remain relevant, remember, people, we can laugh and fool ourselves, At 14, never move from, And even though I buy some unscrupulous ways, them reach 28. At 14 never come from. And we need to remember that. At 14, easily turn 28, and 28 can turn whichever number they plan to make it turn. So when me talk, me not put no lakanki over my mouth, and me not hide in the shadows and talk. Everything can be true at the same time.
Protecting, when you said they're moving from 14 to 28, you must also put in the mix, because you can't reason it one-sided. You have to reason it on both sides. You must also put in the mix that the PNP has moved from 14 to 28, but the GLP has moved from an unprecedented third term for the first time in Jamaica's history.
My interest is to protect Jamaica from the PMP. Me want the JLP get 10 terms, chops. The point I'm making is, not because you get 3 goals, then you get flat in the midfield and flat on the back. Because if even 25 minutes left in the damn game, your opponent can't go score 4. That's the point I'm making. Me don't want no space left in a goal score.
Yeah, but
That's the very point I'm making.
Yeah, you said you wanted to put something to the listeners. Go ahead. Scratchy's waiting, and Churchill, and I choose Jamaica.
Sorry, yes, I want to put this to everybody, including Scratchy and Churchill and all the folks. What is it true
YouTubers company,
of social media practitioners, persons like myself, neighbor, well, to a lesser extent, persons who affiliated and associate themselves with the Jamaica Labour Party? What is our core responsibility? And I'm going to put some scenarios out here. Is it that our job is to criticize the GLP and hold them accountable? Or would it be more so to defend the parties and the government's position on issues? Which do you think is our responsibility as social media practitioners?
Well,
my mission as a social media practitioner is that, coupled with what I am doing to support the party, I want the party to give me enough to go there and hold it up against the PMP, and hold it up bravely and hold it up strongly. At the end of the day, I'm a competitive human being. I don't like to come from behind and nothing at all. I'm a very competitive human being. Okay? And if you employ me, Mr. Chops, more you give me the materials and give me the tools to work. Okay? Give me what to work with. Nobody wait till somebody else do something. Then me have to go borrow a man tool. Give me what to work with.
Repeat that again, Protecting. You said, if I do what?
If you employ me more, you give me the material to work with. We in a factory, you want me make bag, give me the paper or the plastic to make the bag. Now put me in the factory, the machine, and tell me so I have to figure my way out.
What about if you volunteer to make the bags without being employed?
You want me to go use Mickey?
No, I said, what if you volunteer?
But if me a volunteer and somebody still have to provide the material, brother, the point I'm making is I am supporting my side. But more on my side for you encourage me support. That's the point. I am tired of coming from behind. I'm tired of a guy match and we lose the game.
All right. In this regard, now, as it relates to NARA and the Auditor General report and the topical issues right now, what is it that we are losing? Because I'm sensing and I'm picking up in the space, not just here in Neighbor, but on other social media platforms, where persons, Labour Party supporters, sounding a bit defeated, sounding that they are coming from behind, as you just said a while ago. We're losing this.
Chaps, let me help you to understand. Let me help you to understand something. Let me help you to understand something.
Help me, my brother.
After the hurricane, we put on 5 people roof. 5 people roof. Cost me a pretty penny too. Now, if the government continued to share information with the people and let them understand the process, okay, the money is there now. The Ministry of Finance will have to regularize the funding for it to be spent, because this is how government work. We're working on that, and we're getting their people, and we're going to do that through a program called NARA, or the Bill Back Bill, as neighbor said. Until we get that done, we're still going to see what we can do with the budget that we have continuously. You know what that would have done? A neighbor of one of the person when we put on a roof, I'll know, but we can't do no more.
I know what?
Good labor. I'll know the human a ball, and a good labor because she not a zinc on her house stop. Now, guess what? Me have to
Has she been assessed? Has she been assessed?
Talk to the person.
Has she been assessed by the agencies?
Chopper, you see same thing where you ask me.
Ask because I don't know. Because where I am from, the era that I am from, and that's why sometimes I find it difficult. I don't know if me live in a different constituency, but the era that I am from and the politics that I play, I don't encounter with some of the garbage when me hear labor right out there with, you know. Me don't hear that nowhere else, you know. Most of what me hear is manufactured by labor right themselves, you know. Not even
True, Chopper.
I'm telling you.
True, Chopper.
Me I tell you, a lot of what me hear is manufactured.
All right.
It's manufactured because I know that NIS has gone out there, house to house, to verify people.
Did you hear?
Right? Ministry of Labor has gone out there, house to house.
Did you hear the minister?
Has been out there, house to house.
Hold on, man. Did you hear the minister yesterday evening before the ODPM man come on and said the minister admit, because I've been on the lives with him the whole of last week. I'm come on at night time and went to him collect information for those who still need help. Them probably get assessed and what. And the minister have consistently said, we don't reach everybody, but we are going to do more. Hold on, man. But we should be doing more. So the people suggest, why don't you talk to the people, inform the people where we are, what we're doing. Him said the ministry is ramping up and the ministry will be taking on some public information campaign so that the people can understand exactly where the ministry is and what the ministry will be doing.
So how come you say them now do nothing?
But where is that? The ministry will be.
Yeah.
If the ministry did start already, Chopper.
Okay.
Chopper.
Yes.
I continue to hold and I will not change the information shared yesterday evening by the ODPEM man. If that information was shared 2 weeks ago before this report, when nothing in the bonus called Double came out, it would have been easier on the ears.
But protecting, we're gonna have to move on. But the fact is that the report has already been shared.
Exactly.
That is nothing that we can mop
and
up
it's not
or correct.
damning.
And it's not a damning report. And what I think that we should do constructively now is to help people to understand the spin of the opposition. The spin. Because I don't think we help the party that I believe all of us are trying to
advance. I've been saying it delicately in other spaces, neighbor, that look, folks, I understand. And I said this, protecting my position. The party and government will always err. They will always do things wrong. They'll always make mistakes.
And may I
keep asking, what is our function?
May I make an admission?
That we're going to agree with the PNP and pile on the criticism?
May I make
or is it that we are going to defend and highlight the PNP's discrepancies and push the government agenda?
May I make
we have to decide what it is.
May I make an admission?
Yes, sir.
Every story can be spun several ways.
Yes.
Every story, even if it is thoroughly negative from the government, it can be spun positively, you know. This platform and this program, I think, is predominantly supportive of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes, sir. That is true.
Our goal is to present before the people facts that they can use to help their political cause. The NARA project is a Jamaican project and it must be pushed by labor rights. The Auditor General report is out. Whatever it says, the other side will spin it their way. Yes. What is the Labour Party's spin? That's what we need to move towards. Well, not a spin.
We cannot continue to promote the PNP's spin, which is what I'm finding out happening out in our space.
Because
we are promoting the PNP's spin on the NARA and the Auditor General.
It is a pathetic spin and it is a lie. What I heard, Mr. Mandonga Westman on there to him name, is a lie. He's a liar. Well, I don't call him a liar.
But it's already out there, neighbor. It's already out there. You take back that. Or you take it back. Who hear it, don't hear it, who won't believe, don't believe, you take it back.
Yeah, so what they are spinning is lies, sir. It's lie. Right? Anyway.
Oh, you take it back.
Let's go on to Scratchy. Go ahead, Scratchy. Your time.
Neighbor, I just want to say something, neighbor. And I want persons to understand this, neighbor. Whether you're a Jamaica Labour Party supporters and persons, neighbor, who used to support the People's National Party and you are now supporting the Jamaica Labour Party, I want everyone to understand this, neighbor, that the Jamaica Labour Party now, neighbor, is a total Jamaica Labour Party. If you're used to the combative style of politics, you're not going to get that from this Andrew Holness-led administration. Andrew Holness, neighbor, has changed the political landscape, neighbor. Mark Gayle, neighbor, is pushing a combative style of politics as opposition leader. It is up to Andrew Holness, neighbor, if he's going to, and Andrew Holness is very aware, neighbor, that if he should follow suit with Mark Gayle and be combative, neighbor, it is possible, neighbor, that we might have political tension risen to the highest level again in this country.
Especially now when the political tensions are hot.
That is why Andrew Holness is taking the position that he is taking, neighbor, to refrain from the combative style, neighbor, and the arrogant style of politics. You have some persons out there who support the Jamaica Labour Party now. Them used to a dirty style of politics, neighbor, and that is the type of politics that they continuously want to say. I want to tell all of this, the politics of Jamaica has changed. And all I talk about PNP. PNP not doing nothing, neighbor. The PNP is using the PNP formula is a losing formula. So I don't see why we don't want the Jamaica Labour Party to deviate from its formula and go follow the PNP formula, which is a losing formula. The PNP lose 3 consecutive elections. The Jamaica Labour Party has won 3 consecutive elections, neighbor. And president never before. With the same style we have, the same style that some of we are accustomed about, the same image that some of we are accustomed about. It's same one give them the winnings, neighbor. Don't be fooled. Jamaica Labour Party supporters, don't be fooled by what the hear PNP are say and the nice one hear out there. It is not going anywhere, neighbor. It is only resonating with PNP supporters. So if Mr. Ears come out and say something, neighbor, what we can do about that? No matter Andrew Holness could have called 30 press conference a morning. Mr. Ears people them don't take away him off the sea already. And Andrew Holness never change their mind. I tell you guys last night in the neighbor. Message coming from the government and from political platforms, neighbor, is taken with a sense of bias across Jamaica, not even in Jamaica, worldwide. It is taken with a sense of bias, neighbor. It is not coming from the political organization that I follow or that I like. I can skew it, I can spew it, and I don't must follow it, neighbor. We must understand, neighbor, that the Jamaica Labour Party won an election 7 months ago. We the year bash the government like this government here. I make much mistake. And this government is not doing anything. It's 7 months ago the government win an election with the same formula what we are cussed about. It is a winning formula. It might need a little tweeting here and there, yes, but it's a winning formula. Our next election is not constitutional in Jamaica till much in a year's time. So what we are bash the government 2 minutes about government need to do this, government need to say this. Yeah, but government putting out information, and I always tell you that information that come from government or come from political organization is not the same like information if you work in an organization and your boss send out a memo and everybody has to get the memo and understand what is going on. Information sent out by government is up to people now to take on whether I want to listen to that information, whether I don't want to hear this information, whether I'm going to add something else and try to add some form of misinformation or disinformation to the information. We have to understand, neighbor, that we can't stop people from talk. No matter what, you can't say that man tell a lie. So him tell a lie. Every lie we tell the government must come talk about it. I tell you now again, I last time I go tell you now again, it is a political ploy by the People's National Party to distract the government from its agenda and what the government is on. They want every time the government says something, they're going to come and say something and expect the government to come and attack. The government can't that. And if it's that type of politics we look for, Andrew Michael Holness is not participating in that type of politics. Andrew Michael Holness has...
Let me tell you something. I hate to take you off of your role because you're on a roll. Let me tell you something, brethren. It's over a week now in the my chest. And I want to say to them, to the labor rights in particular, who swallow the PNP narrative, hook, line, and sinker. And every waking moment them spend, is to champion the PNP's argument. You don't need to stop it. Stop. Because me soon I get a GLP basket to carry water all day. Me watch them on social media on every platform. Oh, party if you do this and party now and do that. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? The PNP Municipal Corporation in Westmoreland got money to build foundation for houses to be distributed to people down there. And they refuse to do it. And instead of blaming the PNP, instead of blaming the worthless PNP mayor down there, me listen to Labour Right on platform and B.F. Desmond Mackenzie. Wanna stop it. It's rubbish. The narrative where the GLP carry is the narrative where Labour Right must carry out in the street. Labour Right carry facts. PNP carry propaganda. When Protecting is here telling me about PNP win 14 seats and increase their seat count to 28, but refuse to tell Jamaica that the GLP won an unprecedented third term, it means that he has swallowed the PNP line, hook, line, and sinker. And I say it without any fear of contradiction. We need to stop it. If you are Labour Right, you defend your party. Angela Brownburg disturbed the mace in Parliament last week, and not a single politician from the PNP side came out and said, well, you know, she was wrong, but not even that. They came out in full solidarity supporting her and the bullshit that she did in Parliament. But yet we are out there talking nonsense about PNP win 14 seats and increase seat count to 28 without pointing out to the Jamaican people what is the real deal, which is that the GLP for the first time won an unprecedented third term and has done well for this country. That is the argument that must be placed in the public space. So don't get off of this nonsense about supporting PNP narrative. PNP has an objective. And every day you don't buy it, and you peddle it, instead of peddling in our own people. I know that the GLP is going to make mistake. I know that from the day I sign up. GLP has never trod a straight line. GLP has never made communication their priority. We know that. GLP has never had a ministry that deals exclusively with communication. Right? Information has never been a standalone ministry in the GLP. It has always been hinged to something else. And what that says, that they don't take it as serious as they ought to. We know that. And that is why people like we put ourselves in position to fill the breach, to help them when they fall down, to cover for them when they mess up. Me not got join with no PNP and chastise my party all when they're wrong. I'm not doing it. Because the worst of a Jamaica Labour Party is better than the best of a PNP. History will prove me right on that. And I yield.
All right, brother. Member Scratch, pick it up back.
Yes, neighbor, man. Just well said, Chops, man. Well said, man. Neighbor, we have to understand, neighbor, is a strategy the PNP have, neighbor. This is what the PNP do, neighbor. I told the guys last night again, neighbor, and I said the best thing Andrew Holness did, neighbor, when that integrity thing was going on with him and the integrity commission, neighbor, was to remain silent. It worked in favor. It worked in the Jamaica Labour Party favor, neighbor. We have to understand, man, the politics change now. Andrew Holness change the politics, neighbor, the combative style we are look for. PNP said this, and then we run up a rebuttal and then we tit for tat, and them days are done, man. Them politics never bring you nowhere. A third term it give with Andrew Holness leadership style and leadership quality give with third term. The same thing we are cost the Labour Party for a third term it give it. The formula that the PNP is using is a losing formula and it's not giving them any form of traction. It's not giving them anything. So I don't see why we should buy in a losing formula. We have to remain strong. And we have to understand, neighbor, that politics, neighbor, are always the politics. And whether we want to believe it or not, neighbor, the PNP will always be relevant, neighbor. I tell you this again, last night, as long as you have a JLP, you have PNP. And as long as you have a PNP, you will always have JLP. You will never erase PNP.
In other words, Scratchy, what you are saying is that the politics remain competitive.
And will always be, neighbor. It will always be a two-party system.
And so it's not a we PNP. The democracy is a two-party system, and both political parties have strong support across the country.
Both political parties have strong support. We always are going like the PNP now, nobody will support them. Both political parties, neighbor, have strong support, neighbor. The Jamaica Labour Party recently come back to power, neighbor. The 18 and a half years that the PNP was in power, neighbor. PNP straighten up a whole heap of and where they call it now, a whole heap of corporations, a whole heap of groups in the country, neighbor.
Yes.
Where we're supposed to disseminate or push out information. PNP put a serious stance in those organizations like certain media houses and stuff like that, neighbor. So you go always, it's a PNP will always be relevant, neighbor. They will always be a PNP for your JLP, and they will always be a JLP for your PNP. You cannot get rid of them, neighbor. And we have to understand, neighbor, this is politics. The Jamaica Labour Party will push out things. PNP is going to skew it, neighbor. And no amount of press conference or Andrew Woneski tomorrow morning can never change the people in the South Central and the Golden constituency mind. Can never change the people in the Western Westmoreland mind where you tell them. It will not. Message in Jamaica, information, neighbor, is taken with bias. People receive the information with a sense of biasness. That's how people receive political information, whether it be from the government or from anybody who have to understand these things. Stop coming here every night and the government need to communicate more. The government need to communicate more to who? Communicate more to who? The same way, I'm going to say it again, neighbor, the same way all the government release information whenever part increase is the same way every information release whenever there's an increase in minimum wage. It's the same way. Oh, everybody know when part increase, part money increase. Is
a better way? Is it a better way to say this, Scratch? Because I've heard chops on it that when you say the party, are you chops protecting not a part of the party? Are you not a part of the party?
I am the party. That's why I don't have the
so when you say the party, who are you talking?
Neighbor, when I say the party, neighbor, I'm talking the people, neighbor, who have the executive power of the party, neighbor.
Yeah, but if we say the party should communicate more, then aren't we part of that more? Aren't we part of that process?
Neighbor, I am the party. I don't have the luxury of talking about the party as a separate entity. I am a paid up card-carrying member of the party. Okay? A card-carrying member of the party. So I don't have the luxury of criticizing my own self. Every time I open my mouth to say we're not communicating, then you know what I do? I put pen to paper and start to write more articles. Or I start to participate more on social media.
Yeah.
Because I realize
I ask the questions, right? That's what my job is, to ask questions. to put positions out there.
The only thing, neighbor, the only thing that can combat whatever misinformation or disinformation is out there, neighbor, is when the well-thinking Jamaicans, neighbor, who consider themselves non-partisan, start come out, neighbor, and speak the truth, neighbor, and be honest with what is going on in the country, neighbor, and come out and speak. As long as we continue to have the non-participant people who claim to them they're not taking a side, neighbor, continue to remain silent, it's going to always be a tit for tat, because if Chops Media come out and say something, neighbor, no matter how Chops Media say makes sense, people are going to say a true Chops are labor right why Chops have said that. If me come out and say something and say a true Scratchy are labor right why Scratchy have said that, where the people who have the voice in the society today, who claim to say that they are non-participant, who claim to say that they are them neutral, those persons are too silent. And that is why yes, the PNP get away with so much. But not because PNP can come out and say something here, but it don't mean the government have to run out and combat it right away. It's just dead in the air and dead in the sky and gone.
If you chase every dog on your way to your destination, you'll never get there.
You will never get there, neighbor. If
the Jamaica Labour Party government were to sit down and tackle every single argument that the PNP put out there, would have never achieved the goal. Listen, some things will leave it alone. These people who are talking about more communication, they themselves, ask them how much time they sit and watch Parliament. Ask them if they watch the Senate. Neighbor, you have always said that you think that I'm a very informed individual. You think I get information from, you think anybody called me and said, Chopper, here this is? Nobody called me and give me no information. I go in pursuit of information. I pay for subscription to the Gleaner's Archives. I pay for subscription to the Gleaner Archives so I can get information. No politician, no party never give me 1 penny towards my research in getting things done. I do that myself. Every Tuesday I watch Parliament when I have the time. I watch Senate on a Friday. I go to JIS. I get my information that when I speak, I can speak from a politically informed position. Instead of coming out here to wait until PNP drops something, then they come and run with it and talk, oh, the party need to do this and the party need to communicate more. You are the party. Go and communicate. Go get information and give it to people.
Yeah.
And my final point, neighbor,
Yes.
in terms of the Auditor General report, neighbor.
Yes, sir.
I was speaking to some PNP. I was speaking to some Jamaican. Them on a PNP, but them say they don't take the side. Them on a politics.
Uh-huh.
And neighbor, them a talk about it and we are reason. Them a say scratchy 1.8% alone of the $1 billion the government spend, and I say to the person, what is one? How much of that 1.8%? How much is that? You know, the person said to me, 1.8 million.
Well,
neighbor, so sometimes, neighbor, it is the information, and as Trump said, it is our job, neighbor, to make people know, say the $1.8 million, 1.8% that them say spend is over $20 million.
Yeah, but that also does not mean that the people have not received assistance. How much money they give out on the roofs program?
Exactly, neighbor. And I'm saying the 1.8%. People hear 1.8%, neighbor, and majority of them who are run, neighbor, just ask them 1.8% of the 1.4 billion is how much. They cannot tell you, neighbor. They think it's 1.8 million. When you tell them, say it's $20 million, $26, $24 million spend, people are going to say to you now about $26 million. That's a lot of money scratching. That can buy a whole heap of lot. That can buy a whole heap of 2 before. That can buy a whole heap of zinc. You think it's one man roof that are 24 million they can fix back? You know what's man roofs are 26 million fix back? But we neighbor, we have to just break it and correct it the right way to people. As Trapper say, we are the party and we have to do the right thing, neighbor. Wherever we see the government far short, we have a certain skill set. We can break down the information much more smaller to make the common man understand it, neighbor. And that is our job and our responsibility. And I take this from my head, neighbor, for this. I don't want a salary, you know. I don't want. I say if I don't get a salary, I won't take it. But I not do this neighbor for salary, neighbor. I do this for the love. But neighbor, I get my salary already. I tell every day, so when the Jamaica Labour Party has done to me and my family, I can never repay them. So for me come on a platform, neighbor, and come defend the Jamaica Labour Party, I will.
Yes. You broke up.
Blood never fiber in my body.
You broke up.
I will stand strong with this organization and defend it, neighbor. I mean, I come tell a lie. Me not come tell a lie, neighbor. A truth and facts me I come with. I'm not telling any lie. I'm just trying to come with the explanation in a much more simplified way where the common person can understand. Because if you don't realize what the PNP know what they're doing here, but they might try to skew the information for muddy the common man, the more smaller minded people across Jamaica.
Yes.
And it only resonates with them core base neighbor. It is not going anywhere. The formula that PNP is using when Jamaica Labour Party supporters them, as a PNP I do this and we not do that, it is a losing formula. And if you don't believe me, it's 3 consecutive election them last. The Jamaica Labour Party just won an election 7 months ago, neighbor. There's no way we can say the man not do the right thing. And man just won an election 7 months ago and president the 3rd term. Come on, man, Labour rights, man. We have to give Caesar what is due to Caesar, neighbor. I must say yes. I never tell us everything is perfect, neighbor. There might be a little tweet in there and tweet in there that is needed, yes. But we have to understand, neighbor, that the Jamaica Labour Party is doing its best, neighbor.
Yeah.
This is a government, neighbor, where information alone, lack of information alone there of our person thinking that there's a lack of information out there, neighbor. That is not true, neighbor. And that is not enough to bring up the government, neighbor. Information is out there, neighbor.
Let me squeeze in one more in there, my brother.
Come in again, man.
You understand? Let me squeeze in one more. Let me tell you something. It was February, in the early part, 26th of February this year, when they had that function in St. James. It carries all the constituencies in St. James, and over 1.5 billion. And when I say billion, a billion with a B, $1.5 billion were issued on the spot to persons for Hurricane Melissa relief.
My God.
In St. James alone. In addition to that, all MPs within St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney got $10 million additionally for roof assistance. The other constituencies outside of the 5 within the area that the storm, they got $5 million. Right? And there are other monies that came in through different agencies. A lot of money has been spent. And what could have happened was you could pull back some of that money and use the money that was donated. But the process requires, I have to go back over that because the ADPEM chief already explained it. I don't want to beat that anymore. But I'm just simply saying, let it not be said The argument should not be that GLP, the government, must do this. You see this argument about communication. I sat and I listened to them on all the different platforms today, yesterday, a couple of days ago. And I said to myself, I'm not even going to jump in there. But sometimes when you remain silent, you're not doing justice. So perhaps I need to open my mouth and go out there and speak on the issues. Because these persons are acting as though I was surprised with protecting my brother just now when he made mention of 2014 became 28 as a big deal. When we already established that the 14 seat PNP picked up were 14 seats that there were 14 PNP seats, right? That we won in an election that was an anomaly. We agree on that.
I think this is the point where I should rejoin the debate.
Hold on, protecting. They want me to play this.
Equal rights and justice is our everlasting song. Unity and progress will make our nation.
Them just get pushed back.
Stand up for your rights when you hear the bell. Stand up for justice, hear the freedom bell. Remember us the minds they serve you well. Stand up, Jamaicans, when you hear the bell.
All right. Well, the labor rights have just get very, very happy.
Show protecting. Show
Protecting every time.
Now,
yes,
as I was saying, I think this is the point where I should rejoin the conversation.
Brevity is important. We're heading out.
This is a very good debate. It is a very good debate. These are debates to be had. And we're not going to all agree all the time. But to be misquoted is very dangerous because it leads to misunderstanding. And to be misunderstood is far more dangerous. No. Never have I said the Prime Minister should come answer to what the PNP said. All I've said all the time, the programs of the Jamaica Labour Party are too important for the Jamaica Labour Party to not communicate its programs and policies to the people so that you give the people a first-hand understanding of what your programs and policies are, and then you go and implement them. And what that does, it leaves no space for your opponents to create mischief, because you would have the people understand what it is you're doing or about to do or you're going to do, so the people get on board. So the misquotation comes where I heard, I don't know if our chaps are scratchy, say, everything that the PNP say, if the Prime Minister come out, come answer to it. I did not say that. You can cut the tape and replay the tape. For all the time I have been commenting on neighbor, and my position remains the same. And I've always alluded to the practice, because neighbor loves to talk about Singapore as well as myself. Lee Kuan Yew, when he develops a policy to advance Singapore, he shares the policy with the people so as to create no ambiguity, to get the people on board to understand what your government is doing, how they are going to do it, and how it is going to benefit you. And when him do that now and him go to implement, then it leaves no space for anybody to twist up and turn up. Nothing.
My brother, we have to stop with this. We have to stop it. But the question I want to ask you, are you saying that the KP has not done that?
Chops.
Are you saying that the government today has not done what you just described?
Chops.
Yes.
I am not talking about making a presentation in the parliament.
What are you talking about then?
Lee Kuan Yew did not make presentations in the assembly.
He did.
He
just
did.
listen to what me I say, no, man. Lee Kuan Yew did not only make presentations in assembly. I study Lee Kuan Yew, my brother.
I study Lee Kuan Yew as well.
Lee Kuan Yew went to the schools. He went to the tertiary schools, which is the universities, and he went to the secondary schools and discussed these things. He had community meetings.
So we don't do that.
To let them understand, okay, what is the problem we're having today, chaps?
You are having, let me tell you what the problem. You ask a question, let me answer you. The problem you're having is because your ears is tied to the PNP's narrative. Because what you're describing here,
Neighbor,
Hold on.
yes, I think it needs a different voice in between the two men.
every engagement that the party leader has to speak in engagement, he would go to that engagement and he would highlight what the government is doing. And you are telling me that the government are doing that? Come on, man. Come on.
Chaps. I continue.
But hold on, Chops. When you say his ears is tied to the PNP narrative, what do you mean by that?
What I'm saying to you, because if it is that his ears was not tied to the PNP's narrative, he could not have made that statement with a straight face. Because every speaking engagement that Andrew Holness has, he makes it his point of duty and to present the country's position on every single issue. And for him to come here and say that
if I may be allowed,
must have been glued to
if
the
I
PNP
may be
narrative.
allowed
Go ahead,
to say what I'm saying. My ears cannot be glued to any PMP if my position is the government need to put forward the positions that crowd out the PMP. It cannot be. I am not saying that the PMP said something, chaps. All I'm saying is, for example, the discussion about NARA has happened in the parliament. For such an important bill, for the first time we'll be spending $2 trillion. We have never even been able to spend $50 billion before. Never have we ever been able to spend. I think the last time we spent was $35 billion or $38 billion. We have never even passed the $40 billion mark because we do not have the capacity to do that. For something as important as NARA, that is going to require all hands on deck. But most importantly, the citizens of Jamaica. All I have been saying, chaps.
We're not hearing very well over the side.
He said, all I have been saying is that something this important should have been approached a different way.
What way? Give us the solution. What way?
But what do you want me to repeat? For something as important as this, you think the PMP is going to want to sit by and have the government spend $2 trillion and them not have money pass through them hand?
Big man, it doesn't matter how ironclad, it doesn't matter how ironclad the government present this NARA situation.
I am trying to make a point.
Is going to spin it their way.
I'm not saying that they're not going to spin it. The point is because of how important this is. The government should lead the charge with the narrative about NARA and the spending of this money. It doesn't matter if the PMP is going to come and say what they want to say. My position is, for the very first time in our history, we attempt to spend $2 trillion.
Okay.
We should see it as something important. First up,
the protected hand, suggesting that the government don't see NARA as important.
We are having a national conversation about NARA, which is important. But we are having a national conversation about NARA, which is important, you know. But
the government don't see it as important.
Did you hear me say
it's not like he's 1 year.
Did you hear me say?
Neighbor, can I chime in?
I ask you a question. Did you hear me say the government don't see that important?
All right.
Yes, that's what you said.
All right.
There are 5 parishes. There are 5 parishes.
Yes.
Affected directly, badly damaged by NARA.
We're gonna have to move.
Other than the Ministry of Labor that attend on these parishes and have these ceremonies that hand out the 200,000 and the 500,000 and whatever. What is the common discussion? How much town hall have in these parishes? How much discussion to have the people understand what is going to happen? We're not going to wait long.
All right.
And the reason why we're not going to wait long is because we're going to use this to do this, and it is going to take some time.
Yeah, we have to move on. We have to move on though protecting. We have Churchill, we have I Choose Jamaica, and we have Joshua over here on YouTube. Joshua?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, don't sir.
Thank you very much. You know, the same part of a house that is called the roof is also called the ceiling. And depending on where you are, you will see it differently. Because one is while you're going up that you reach it, and one is while you're on top that you see it. And two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true simultaneously. And I believe that each experience should be seen as not only a teachable moment, but also a moment of learning. And what do I mean by all of this? I hear protecting, I hear chops. And they are not in divergence of each other. They are just different sides of the same building. One is the roof and one is the ceiling, but you're looking at it from two different ends. I hear Scratchy mention about combative style of politics. For protecting, and because I share a similar view as protecting, we're not advocating for combative politics. And I think I said the same thing last night. What we're saying is that let the information go ahead of you. And then if it goes ahead of the ruling party, then it's also going to go ahead of the opposition. Right? So once there's planning taking place and once policy is being formed, get the information out. And I think sometimes we kind of center communication and information around one person, whether it be the prime minister or we place one person in charge and we think that's communicating information. It is one form of, but it's limited. I sent something to all of the men on the platform, right? And I'm going to ask Shevaughn to read a portion of it when I'm done because it won't be long, right? But in order to maintain public understanding, which develops into public trust, it's important that the public first know. And you cannot know without first hearing or seeing. When we leave the runoff to our adversary, who does not mean, and I use the word adversary deliberately, Jamaica any good at all, it therefore means that we have to be running behind them. But if we go ahead and we put the information ahead of us, then by the time they get there, it would have reached the people already. But if we say nothing and we just begin to act because we focus on performance, what happens is that we perform, people don't understand what is happening, and we have plans and people don't understand what is happening. Then the adversary comes out and distort the information. And what was intended to be one thing now becomes something totally different. And now you have to be explaining the why behind the what. And I believe that what is being stated by protecting, as I said, I share a similar view, is that begin to explain the why first, so that when the what comes, there's an understanding as to why. But if you do the what first, and the opponent distorts it, you are trying to explain why. By that time, it's lost in translation. And, you know, I keep hearing us mentioning about the prime minister, whether it be on this platform or other platforms. We have to understand that the prime minister's job is to manage the country. We are putting too much pressure on the prime minister explaining, even though he is doing his best to explain, that really shouldn't be what he's focusing on. Or even if he's doing, he should be supported by the entire cast, not just in terms of those in the cabinet. But having had the information, those of us who are supporting cast on the outside at least should have an understanding. I hear Chops mention something a while ago that was a surprise to me, which should never have been a surprise. About the $1.5 billion. First time I'm hearing that. And I'm saying that if we're going to be the mouthpieces of the party, and if we're going to be defending the party against the vultures of the PNP, we should at least have something to defend them against.
That information was not fed to me, sir. I saw that information.
Right, but guess what?
Yes, watch
Chops,
get the information.
Chops, you know you and I are on the same side, you see? And as much as you seek the information, there's so much information out there that I may get one type of information and you may get another type and somebody else may get another type. Now, if we had, as the PNP call, a cohesive unit, when we have a central point of gathering information from, it limits the work in terms of trying to get the same information, because it doesn't make sense you put out the work out there and the people who are supporting you don't know what you're putting out. Sometimes people, most laborites are working people, hardworking people.
May I interrupt, please?
Hold on, Joshua.
Sure.
Yes, neighbor, this is my opinion. I feel like every single night now we are talking about inadequacies and inefficiencies of the party. And I announced earlier that we will have Minister Marlon Morgan here this Saturday at 6 p.m. So is it possible we could, change the topic, please?
Well,
all right. So I'm gonna close it
we only
with this one sentence.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I think the intent here is not to speak of inadequacies. We're simply saying, because you're looking from one angle and another set is looking from another angle, listen to the man who is beneath the roof, which now becomes the ceiling to him, and say there's a spot here. So because when you're on top, you can't see, and the man who is underneath it can't see what's on top. So both of us have to listen to each other. The person at the top listen to those at the bottom, and those at the bottom listen to those at the top. So even though you don't see it, when you hear that, boy, this is happening, and not because you can't see it, that don't mean it's not happening. Right? So having said that, I will stop that. And I believe going forward it will be fruitful. And we can disagree without without feeling like, boy, we're at each other. We're really not at each other. We're trying to share information. Having mentioned that now, Protecting said something earlier, and Neighbor mentioned something about bureaucracy that I want to jump on. And he had asked a question about bureaucracy. And I simply wrote here that bureaucracy exists because of inbuilt safeguards due to corruption in the past. So a lot of the bureaucracies that we face today in governance and in government, it's because of the rampant corruption that took place under the previous administration. So to satisfy the multilaterals and our international partners, systems had to be put in place to let them understand that the money that is being loaned to Jamaica will not be squandered and will not be stolen. And that's one aspect of the bureaucracy. But the other forms of bureaucracy, which is not bureaucracy in and of itself, is plain sabotage. It exists due to the PNP stacking and creation and creating stumbling blocks to the JLP whenever they are in power. Right? Because what happened is that I heard Protecting mention it, and we are well aware of these things, that PNP really don't want the laborites to succeed, because it's more about singing for their support instead of trying to push Jamaica forward. Not understanding that if they help to push Jamaica forward when the laborites are in power, then they have security of tenure. Because it shows that, listen, this is not about party, it's about nation building. And I believe that as soon as it's possible, wherever possible, there was a time I didn't think this way, but I'm forced to think this way. Wherever possible, we should ship out who can be shipped out and replace them with people who are in keeping with the vision of the government. You know, there was a time I used to think that it was being tribal to do so, but experience has taught me that this is not tribalism in the strictest sense. When PNP does it, it's because they're just looking out for PNP, right? And they were the ones who started using the Ministry of Mobilization and the Pickers Guild Committee before. So in order to protect the policies going forward and the legacy of the government and the work that this government is trying to put in and to get it activated, we have to begin to ship out some things. And my final comment will be, I've realized, and I will speak behind the scenes, that there's a particular ministry that PNP seem to be targeting, right? And I think the minister in charge would be advised to, I don't think he knows, to pay a little more attention because PNP is setting about to try and set him up, right? And they are doing everything to make it look bad. And this is what PNP does instead of looking about Jamaica's benefit. And yes, we want to think that, boy, they are noble. You have a few, one and two so far and few between who might operate nobly. But by and large, they are not interested in Jamaica's development. They're interested in party power and party spoils. And I yield right there.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Churchill, you've been here for quite a while. Are you still up? Churchill, hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks for your patience, man. Boy, the program is like this sometimes. Conversations that matter, we give people a chance to talk. Go right ahead.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's fair play to hear different sides to, what's going on.
Yes.
Well, we are aware the PNP in opposition, they're practicing politics every day, every single day, right up until the next election. That's what they'll be doing. And while we're here, we're supporting the JLP, but there's also a government which is different from the JLP party. And sometimes the line is very thin. Yeah? Now, while I do believe that there are things that we should not say out in public. As I say, don't air your dirty laundry in public. There's some truth to that. But sometimes, I think we're too sensitive sometimes. If we say something that may not feel good to some people, it's like we're criticizing the JLP. There are things that we shall, we must understand. When that story dropped about the 1.8%, a lot of people didn't take it kindly because they didn't understand what it says. And so people are saying, this is a surprise. Why were we surprised by this? And because we didn't understand. Even though the report in itself will prove that it's a good story, it's a good report from the AG. It is a good report. Nevertheless, it doesn't stop us from saying, look, the government should be ahead of this story. And that is what Protecting is pointing out. The government should be ahead of this story.
But hold on. The argument here, and I don't know how much you understand public relations, but the government should be ahead of that story is water under the bridge, because it is already out. And remember, it's a moving target. Public relations move every day. So having said the government should be ahead, that doesn't help the party. What helps the party is, what are you doing? What are you going to do now to protect the party and to correct the narrative that is out there?
The proof of the pudding will be a year from or two from now.
Neighbor, please act scratchy.
Yeah, the proof of the pudding will be a year or two from now. And that's what the PNP is trying to prevent when they vote no for NARA. Because they know NARA is going to deliver for the people of Jamaica. And when that report comes out by the AG in a year or two from now, it's going to be a lot different. And people would see, the the intelligence of what this government is doing. We can't judge the government by where we are today or 2 months ago, which is what that report covers. Yeah? What we're going to see, even a year from now, is going to be totally different. When all those housing projects, those modular homes are delivered, and it's going to show that we are up to maybe 50 or 75%. So we just got to be a bit patient for the government work to go on, all the projects to, be merrily on its way. And just give it some time. And the narrative that the PNP is spreading right now, that's going to be history.
Yeah.
And that's my
I see KC on YouTube saying that Information Minister Dr. Dana Morris Dixon has disclosed that the millions collected by the government through the Support Jamaica Hurricane Melissa Relief website will be used to buy building materials to support reconstruction, particularly homes. Well, thank you so much for that, KC. And yeah, that's great. That's great information. Well, here is what we are going to do at 18 minutes to 11 o'clock. We have 18 minutes left on the program. Let's see if we can give everyone what 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's start with Harry. Harry?
Yes, neighbor.
Harry, having listened to all of this discussion tonight, we really wanted to focus on the civil service bureaucracy and how that is probably impacting deliverables on the NARA. I think we were diverted, but that's fine. It's a talk your mind segment. But having listened to everything, Harry, how do you think we proceed from here, and how do we put information out there, bearing in mind the Auditor General's report, the NARA bill that is coming to be signed by the Governor General, and what the government is already doing? How do we frame all of this so that the public can understand that the government is indeed acting on their behalf?
Well, I can tell you this, neighbor. It won't be an easy framing for the entire Jamaica, which is why we'll have different modulars to and media to media channels to actually speak to different people. But I think one of the things that should be done, and I expect it will be done once you employ patience, which we've been doing regarding the Melissa recovery, because we've seen how that is key. Remember, it is out of patience NARA was birthed, right? And what we're going to see is ministers coming out now that are a part of this to give clarity, to explain. Case in point, we have the senator coming on Saturday, to shed some more light from a government standpoint as well. But I want, in order to have it framed, we have to first appreciate what the AG has done. And I say that because this is what we're going to see when NARA is being rolled out. This is real-time data and information that will be coming, right? And as such, it is now going to give the people of Jamaica the information to say this is where we are in the process. But let's not judge the process by an end result without even knowing what that end result is. And as we go about to hear the different information, we will then get a better picture of the framework, because that's where we are in a neighbor. It's the framework here that is being laid out. The money that, people want to put spin on to say, oh, it's not being used or missing or whatever, all that money is accounted for. It is strategically placed in various projects to bring value and impact. That is the reality. And that is what the AG may not be able to capture because of a real-time audit. But we have to be able to show the people that, listen, I said it earlier, this is a snapshot in time. This is where we are in the process. But don't forget what is the bigger picture, where we're going. And this also shows that appreciate the AG, because what this has taught us, neighbor, Accountability is there. And the same AG will also be overseeing in terms of looking at NARA itself. So we have to familiarize ourselves with it. We have to appreciate, we have to embrace it. This is a new birth of systematic movement for Jamaica, one that is going to transform us. And she and her institution is a part of that, a vital part. And we have to let people appreciate that in its purest form, because this is what it is. And we give them the additional information that they are capable of getting out of that report, neighbor. Everybody's looking at just the figure because it's a clickbait. It's a hype thing that's being pushed. But the real meat of the matter is in the additional information and details that the mass media will not give. And that is what we have to frame and package. We have to market it properly to the people of Jamaica. It's not an easy task, but it's one we have committed to, because we've committed to Jamaica, which means we've committed to ourselves. And if we want Jamaica to be better, as we all profess and we're backing for years for many people, for decades for others, for some months, and so on, this is going to be our fight. And this is a fight to empower the very people who needs to know, and to ensure that we give the government a helping hand, because helping the government in this case helps the nation go forward and help all ourselves to deliver recovery and be resilient. Because all of this talking in a neighbor shows that the money is going to be in targeted areas, and these areas will ensure that we're approaching a hurricane season. But when you look at the projects and the value that it will add, and the resilient built around it, it will give comfort just by hearing and understanding, comprehending the information. I think that is how we have to take it, and that is what will drive the people to understand and you may never put a stop to the noise, and that's fine. Noise will always be there, but you have to be able to ensure that the people know the information and let them do with it what they may, because at the end of the day, this 3-year, 4-year plan, we're going to see the end result, and the noise that will be what was being made will be nothing but a thing of the past.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Member Harry. Hold on right where you are there. Let's move to Chops. Chops, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, neighbor. Well, I just really want to use this 3 minutes to say to folks that you're being led by a government that cares for the people, a government that performs, a government that has a history of performance, a government that you can trust. The conversation today is not about money is missing. Conversation today is not about White House scandal. The conversation today is not about Trafigura. The conversation today is not about Solution. The conversation is not about zincs after Hurricane Gilbert that were tossed into the seas. The conversation today is not about furniture that were bought for person's office. The conversations today is not about houses that were built at a particular price and then sold to the Jamaican people for an exorbitant sum while people pocket the money. The conversation is not about those things. The bureaucracy that Jamaica enjoys today were put in place because of some of those things that I just mentioned. Inherent corruption throughout the country happened under the People's National Party. Whether you like it or not, that's a fact. Nobody can dispute that. That the most corrupt period in Jamaica's history is under the PNP. Nobody can dispute that some of the bureaucracy that has held Jamaica back were implemented because of the PNP, by the PNP. Nobody can dispute that. Nobody can dispute the fact that this government has been the most transparent government that we have ever seen in the history of this country. Nobody can dispute the fact that Andrew Michael Holness-led administration has demonstrated to Jamaica and to the world that he has the capacity to lead in a very transparent and fair way, result-oriented. Money is coming into this country will be spent to benefit Jamaicans. I don't want Labour to get caught up with PNP's narrative. That's the difficulty I have. I want us to start focus on what is our true function, what is our true role. Are we there to join in piling on whether or not the government is doing good or bad? That's not our duty. If you're a true green Labourite, that is not your duty. That is the PNP's job. Our job is to champion the party and the government's narrative. If we truly believe in Dr. Andrew Holness and the GLP, we must champion the cause of the GLP. It cannot be that we are going to, because of whatever, we get carried away and start to cuss out our own people. We saw on social media recently where members of the social media team out there cussing out our own politicians in a most derogatory and disrespectful way. For what? What is that going to gain for us? Not giving no help, brethren. Let go that. PNP has done enough damage to this country. And there's absolutely no reason for us to side with them and to assist them in tearing down the government. What I find is that Labourites get carried away. They're getting carried away. And they're following the narratives of the PNP. Labourites, stop. Stop. Do your research, get your information, and support the political movement. Don't get caught up in PNP's narrative. That's my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for tonight too, Charles Miller. Great talking to you. Protecting Jamaica, your time.
The true history of the Jamaica Labour Party is to build, advance, progress, improve, and prosper the Jamaica. That history must not be lost on the hill of a lack of understanding of how we should move the politics forward in the 21st century. The government of the day is the best government Jamaica has ever seen. Just as the government in 1944 that catered to the needs of the people, the small man, the little man, yes, the regular Joe. Just as the government in the 1960s who catered to the real issues that affected the small man, the little man, the regular Joe. And the government in the 1980s. And now, in the 21st century, the same government, the Jamaica Labour Party government. A government who caters to the improvement of the standard of living of the Jamaican people. A government who is always laser focused on such improvement in people's lives that sometimes they neglect the very interests, self-interest, so to speak, that establish the very government that they form. I support that government, the Jamaica Labour Party government. I have always supported that government. And I support that government even more so today. The best government Jamaica will ever see. Barring none. No comparison whatsoever. My position is that we should not leave such a good government to the whims and fancy of distractors, detractors, and the purveyors of lies, because the government has neglected shoring up its defense to protect its behind. I am in no way chastising the government, but I am calling out loudly that the government should in its own interest protect itself. The Jamaica Labour Party government, every time, all the time, is the best government for Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party government, especially this one, being led by a selfless man. I can't even call Andrew Holness a politician, because Andrew Holness does everything selflessly. It is all about the improvement of the systems of the country and the society at large that should work in the interest of the Jamaican people. My job, whether it is tasteful, whether it is easy to digest for some or not, my job is to aid in the protection of this government while I protect Jamaica against the PNP. Good night, patriotic Jamaicans.
Fantastic. Joshua, John, you have 2 minutes. Is Joshua on YouTube? No, he's not. All right. Scratchy?
Yes, neighbor.
Wrap this up for us, please. Thanks.
I mean, neighbor, for me, neighbor, as I always say, neighbor, Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor, is definitely the best vehicle, neighbor, to drive Jamaica to its true potential, neighbor, and to prosperity and growth, neighbor. Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor, led by Andrew Michael Nunes, neighbor, single-handedly, neighbor, change the political landscape of Jamaica, neighbor. As I said before, neighbor, a lot of us might be used to the combative style of politics. A lot of us might be used to the attacking style of politics, neighbor. This is Andrew Michael Nunes, who is now at the helm, neighbor, of the Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor. He has changed that, neighbor. Andrew Nunes is a leader, neighbor, where he's not only respected in Jamaica, neighbor, he's well respected in the region. He's well respected even worldwide, neighbor. And Andrew Nunes is a young man, neighbor. Even when time 2030, the next election should call, Andrew Nunes will still be of a age, neighbor, where he might have a lot to offer. Who knows, even after he retire, reach retirement age. So Andrew Nunes, neighbor, has to polish himself. But he's seen, neighbor, worldwide, neighbor, as a calm-headed leader, neighbor. A leader, neighbor, who put the best interests of his nation and people at the front of the center, neighbor. He cannot be seen, neighbor, as a combative leader, as an attacking leader, always in some form of tit for tat and stuff like that, neighbor, because he understands the mission that he has and everything. So, I just want to say, neighbor, that persons have just understand that we elected Andrew Nunes, neighbor, September 3rd, neighbor, and we elected Andrew Nunes because we have faith in Andrew Nunes, in Andrew Nunes and his government and his candidates at the time, neighbor. We believe that whatever decision is to be made on our behalf, Andrew Nunes, neighbor, can make that best decision for us, neighbor. And I think the time is young. It is 7 months, neighbor, in his third term. And I think we owe him, neighbor, to just continue to watch and see what is going on, neighbor. There's a lot of plans. We just come out of a major hurricane, neighbor. Whether we want to believe it or not, neighbor, there's a lot of planning that is going on behind the scene, neighbor. There's a lot of meetings. So we have to understand, neighbor, that it's not everything or most thing that is being said that is seen distracting. We're going to get a rebuttal from the government, neighbor, because the government has to be focused right now on the reconstruction and the redevelopment of Jamaica. So we have to just give the government, neighbor, that chance, neighbor. I think it is early days. It is early days, neighbor. It is 7 months into the new administration. It is early days. And I think we owe the government that, neighbor, to give them that time, neighbor, give them that opportunity to get a full control and a full angle of what is going on, neighbor. And just try to be easy, just try to be from understanding and just try our best, neighbor, as persons who support the government, neighbor, to continue to use these platforms to push the government agenda, neighbor, continue to talk about the government's success and trying to clear up any myth or misinformation that is out there. As I said before, neighbor, PNP will always have some form of relevance in Jamaica, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. PNP will never be relevant, neighbor. Jamaica is a two-party system, and PNP will always be PNP, neighbor. And the Jamaica Labour Party will always be the Jamaica Labour Party. So as supporters of the party, I know that some of us might say, right, I don't like the way how the party is going, or I don't like this, neighbor, but we are just supporters, neighbor. We only make our speech. We only give our opinion, neighbor, once every 5 years, and that is at the polls. After that, neighbor, it is in the hands of who we elect to do what they think is in the best interest of us and the country. And I believe that Andrew Michael Nunes, who most of us voted for, neighbor, he have that skill, neighbor, to know what is going on. He knows when to turn up the tempo. He knows when to turn down the tempo, neighbor. And I believe, neighbor, that if communication is a problem, I believe that is fully aware, that the Jamaica Labour Party led by Andrew Nunes is fully aware of that also. And I know that it must be a tragedy why the government is doing what they are doing. And I'm just here watching neighbor in regards now to the Attorney General report neighbor.
Auditor General.
We here neighbor, we have these platforms. I think it's best in our interest neighbor to explain to persons as to what is going on. And here persons might say it would have been best if the government had come before and talk about this so that when time come. But we don't know what is going to come, neighbor. So there's so many information in government to put out there, neighbor. At times, government can't know which what to put out or what to put out when or who to put out when, because there's so many ministry, agency and departments, and there's so many going on in government that government get caught up sometimes and don't know what to put out first or what to put out second, because you don't know what might come up tomorrow morning, you know? So I think we just have to give the government the chance, neighbor. Let's continue to believe in this government, to vote it for them 7 months ago, neighbor. Young administration. They have a long way to go, neighbor. And nothing, I can tell you this, neighbor, nothing that is done right now, neighbor, will derail the government's success, neighbor, towards a 4th term, neighbor. That 1.8% of what is spent, neighbor, the head of ADPEM, neighbor, the head of ADPEM said that the head of ADPEM neighbor said that the reason why this money wasn't spent out, neighbor, this money was earmarked for building materials, a roof. And the government, neighbor, while they were planning to spend this $1.8 billion to buy roofing material, the government got a grant, neighbor, $400 million in roofing materials. So if I have $400 million in roofing materials, neighbor, are ready to give out, am I going to spend $1.4 million give out buy more roofing material other than that without first getting rid of this $400 million worth of material that I have on me? So it's all common sense, neighbor. It's all common sense. And we have to just understand, neighbor, that the government know what they are doing, neighbor. The government is very smart, and we voted for this government led by Jamaica Knowles. And we just, as Chopper said earlier, neighbor, we are supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor. We are going to come out here and tell lie, because we're not going to tell a lie, neighbor. But we don't have to tell a lie, but there's a lot of things, misinformation that we can clear up, and we can make things straight on the government side, neighbor, and push certain agenda. The ADPEM man said, the ADPEM boss said, they received $400 million in a building material. That is what we need to push and talk about. So this is one of the main reasons why the $1.4 billion didn't spend off, because it was earmarked for building for roofing materials, and while it was earmarked for roofing materials, the government got a grant of $400 million in roofing materials. So it would make common sense to not go and spend $1.4 million add to that $400 million in materials, neighbor. To say Jamaica, neighbor, we have storage issue, we have distribution issue, so we have to make sure so we know how we do these things in a timely manner. The greatest thing, the money is there and the money is accounted for. Gone are the days when I hear say this missing and that missing. And that is our talking point that we should be pushing. The money is there and the money is safe and the money is sound and the money can be spent any given time. And we must also understand how government money is spent, neighbor. Government money is spent in a way that is different from how we spend our own personal funds. Government money is spent different. And this money, this donation money, it has to be crafted, neighbor, and spent in a special way as well, because it is not a part of the consolidated fund. It is not a part of certain fund. This is a donation, and government must earmark and put on paper and line item what this money will be used for. And then say it will be used for roofing material. We have to understand how government work. We have to understand how the system operates, neighbor, and just know that this is the government that we elected. They are 7 months old, and I think it is. We should just give them a chance. Let them do what they are doing. Nothing that the PNP is doing now, nothing that the PNP is saying now, neighbor, will ever derail or try to stop the government 4th term, neighbor. This is a political system, neighbor. If you're a politician, you understand politics, neighbor. Any mishaps that you have to make, neighbor, as a political organization who's in government, you make that mishaps in your first year. Within your first 6-7 months, neighbor, you make those mishaps and they get on the ball and stay focused going forward. Because I can tell you, come 2030, nobody's not going to remember about this that happened 7 months in the first term, neighbor. Nobody's not going to remember anything about this. There are going to be so many other issues that come up, and there are going to be so many success stories to talk about as a result of NARA that no one is ever going to remember this. So we just have to have faith in the government. Just come out here and let the government just push the government agenda. And again, neighbor, I'm not ruffling about the feathers or anything, neighbor, but some of us on this platform who so self, neighbor, as persons who come out and speak on behalf of the government, sometimes we need to understand our role. And I want to say this, neighbor, that as much as how we are here on these platforms playing a vital role, neighbor, there's no single thing that I can pinpoint or I can say, all right, is social media alone make the Jamaica Labour Party won the election. There's no single factor, neighbor. Yes, we play a role, yes, but up to this day, neighbor, there's no metric out there that can tell us that, okay, social media, the Jamaica Labour Party bloggers play 70% role in the Jamaica Labour Party becoming victorious. All we can do is speculate. So sometimes some of us, I believe that some of us, neighbor, or we get our head over heels or whatever it is called, and tend to believe that because we are out here night and day pushing the agenda of the government, we're supposed to get this, or we're supposed to get a certain level of recognition, or until you call upon a minister or government member, they're supposed to pull up at any given time. Yeah, but we have to just understand what our reason for doing this. Are we doing this for the benefit of Jamaica? Are we doing this to get some form of self-praise or get some form of self-recognition? That's one of the main things we have to also ask ourselves, because I see some of us more than once, we step out of line and step overboard and believe that because we are on this platform attack and we are on this platform and share our idea and defend the government, it automatically equates to say the government over. We are all Jamaicans. And if we really don't want to see PNP come back in power, this is our duty and this is our job. And I'm not doing this just me. This is my kids and my grandkids who is to come so that they know and understand that the Jamaica Labour Party is the best vehicle to drive Jamaica forward. So I know we're there, neighbors, different things. I will come down here, we'll talk at night time, we'll talk at daytime, we'll share our point, we'll share our views. But don't let whatever you're saying is being spewed or being skewed because you're disappointed, because something you never get or something you reach out to somebody and somebody might respond to you within a certain time. Don't let that skew your judgment and try to make you feel like say you can't talk against whatever is going on. Just stay focused and just know that we have a mission and it's the advancement of Jamaica we are doing this for. We see Jamaica better, not to our own personal agenda. Because our personal agenda you are doing it for, I can tell you, you're not going to get no recognition. Anybody that on this world personal recognition, you're not going to get it. You will never receive it. Say for that you look, you will never get it.
Thank you so much. Getting recognition. God bless you. God bless you, sir. Churchill, you have a thought?
Yes, I like what Scratchy said in the last part there.
Oh.
I really agree with that.
Uh-huh.
The one thing I got to say, if I have to say one word, is patience. Patience is the word. Regardless of what is going on today, 2 years from now or 3 years from now, we will see when baby Nara grows up to be an adult. And that is what the PNP is afraid of. Because what it's going to do for Jamaica is going to be a different Jamaica in 3 years' time. And people are going to look back and say, oh, the wisdom of the Prime Minister, the wisdom of this JLP government to get Nara so that things can done faster. And when we reach that point, it's going to be hip hop hooray. So we just got to be patient. We'll get there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. All right. Well, that's going to wrap with us for this beautiful Thursday, the 14th of May, 2026. Let me jump right over there to YouTube and ask Member Harry to wrap. Hello.
Hi, neighbor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sitting in for Shevaughn.
Oh, you're managing both platforms tonight?
Yes, neighbor.
Well, thank you. Well, that's great. Well, that's fantastic.
Neighbor is because me leave over TikTok. She follow me.
Oh, ambidexterity. Wow.
There you go. Well, neighbor, I just want to say a very heartfelt thank you to all our listeners and supporters across TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, and Patreon for your continued love, commitment, and engagement with the Hello Neighbor platform. Your support continues to inspire us to keep having the conversations that matters. Please remember to join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on TikTok and again at 7 p.m. Jamaican time on all platforms for two informative and engaging broadcasts. You do not want to miss it. Thank you for being a part of the Hello Neighbor family.
Wow. Nobody does it better than Caroline. Great. Member Harry?
Yes, Mr. President.
You have been outshone. You have been outshone tonight, man.
My neighbor, it's a recruitment process, and you have to come over, exchange program.
Well, I understand that that Minister Morgan is going to be with you on Saturday, Harry.
Well, with us, neighbor, with us and the Jamaican people.
Yes, yeah. I was going to give you the moderator chair. You don't want it.
Well, neighbor, it's going to be an open thing, So we look forward to the center coming and to share the information with us to bring that clarity from a governmental standpoint,
Yes.
Especially as a senator and a senator neighbor who has been attacked.
Yes.
So we will be looking forward to that for sure.
We absolutely will, and we should have a great time with him. That's this on Saturday at 6 o'clock.
Yes, neighbor, definitely.
Well, say good night to my friends over there on YouTube. But I don't know why I'm feeling hungry.
Well, before you go, neighbor, listeners on all platforms, we're asking you to contribute to support our platform. We have Zelle and Cash App, and the information are in the chat. So could you please send your contribution? We'll greatly appreciate it.
Well, that is so true. I have to underline that to my friends here on TikTok. 954-635-8732. That's 954-635-8732. 954-635-8732. Thank you so much for supporting the work we do here. Join us again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Wow. When we shall be on TikTok until 10. And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to be on TikTok, YouTube, Patreon, and all over the place. Until then, have a fantastic night, everybody. Sleep well. Hug up your wife or your husband. If you have a girlfriend, hug them up. And take care of yourselves. You hear? Catch you tomorrow. Have a fantastic time until we meet again. Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody.